Hi, Lisa Nichols here. And I wanted to thank the Los Angeles Tribune for the Lifetime Achievement Award. I'm grateful. During my career of over 21 years, all I've ever wanted to do was to help transform, help impact, uplevel, elevate the lives of those around me. When I started my career over 20 years ago, I never knew that I'd be here. I was a woman from Los Angeles wanting to change my life and my son's life. And when I found that education, motivation, inspiration, and action led to transformation, and when I began to have my own transformation, all I wanted to do was to help as many people as possible to have the same experience or their own experience similar. I know that 2020 was a year of uncertainty, unexpected and unwanted change. 2020 was a year of unacceptable, made polarized. 2020 was a year of release, relinquish, reset, recharge. 2020 was a year that we all navigated through, but we made it to 2021. We made it to 2021 still with hope, with dreams, with belief. In spite of global and national upheaval, we've pushed through it and we're here today. I'm honored by this award because it's an award that's acknowledging resiliency as well as commitment. And each and every one of us have that. I'm grateful that I can inspire someone else to keep getting up. I say oftentimes, I didn't avoid being knocked down. I simply was always committed to getting back up. And as I kept getting back up, I continued to have more faith in my ability to get up. And then I was able to strategize on how to avoid so many knockdowns. So I want to thank you again. I want to thank the LA Tribune for seeing in me something that adds value. I want to thank the Quantum Leap Forum for seeing in me something that adds value to the lives of those around me. I am who I am because of the energy that lives and the vibration that flows through Los Angeles. I am and will always be an LA girl, no matter where I live, where I am, or where I serve in the world. So it's an honor to be able to do good work besides good people like you. I cannot wait until I can turn a virtual hug into a physical hug. I'm your sister in prosperity and in possibility. And from my heart to yours, I say thank you. I believe in you and I love you. Be well. Hi.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team. Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Well, what a day. Welcome back to our Black History Month celebration, Inspirational Legacy, past, present, and future. Thank you for joining us once again. You know, we have an 8-hour limit broadcast, and we've started at 8 o'clock in the morning Pacific time. We've gone through 4 o'clock, and now we're opening another round of stream because We have so many generous speakers who are here, and we just want to commend. I personally want to commend on behalf of the CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, Mo Rock, and our editorial team. Thank you, Alicia and Roosevelt, for hosting so amazingly. It's a marathon. How are you feeling like right now, Alicia?
I'm feeling energized by all of the wonderful guests that we've had on the stage today for Inspirational Legacy, past, present, future. And we're just getting started. Right before we closed, we had Mama Soul on, Miss Loretta Wetzel, sharing about her experiences, about her recent trip to Kenya. And we were about to hear about one of her upcoming trips that she will be going on into another space, literally. And so I'm just so energized, Ava. We've covered so many different topics today. We've had so many thought leaders in different spaces, from science to financial literacy to entrepreneurship to behavioral sciences. We've talked about mental wellness, health, personal development, and so much more. It is such an inspiring day. During Black History Month, but always, all times during the year, we think about the individuals that have paved the way for us, the work that we're doing now to be creative and innovative, and how we're creating a runway for the future in ways that we can't even imagine. So it's just so energizing to be here. We had Dr. Shirley Weber on, Secretary of State for California, speaking about the importance of voting in her community. It's just been a miraculous day. We thank you all for continuing to tune in today. We have so much more in store for you. And with that, I'll hand it back over to Ava, and apologies in advance if I had a little bit of a lag in connection there.
Well, let me bring Mama Soul Loretta on the stage. And Loretta, who's coming up next is a man who has been very instrumental to the lives of many. He doesn't talk about it that much, but he's a man who has grown up in Chicago and has made such an influence. And I'm going to bring him up on stage with you because I know that it's going to be a powerful interaction. Let me bring Bill Walsh on the stage. Okay, Bill, you're on.
Hey guys, how are you? Can you guys hear me or no?
We're doing amazing, Bill.
We're doing great, Bill. Thank you.
I love to hear it. I'm actually coming to you guys live from South Florida tonight. We just finished a CEO summit down here in beautiful South Florida. I can tell you that I'm always honored to be a part of anything you guys do. There's always so much great stuff happening with the LA Tribune and the entire family. I will try to get you guys some light so you can actually see me. So, how's the day been, first of all?
Been great.
It's been packed. Been back to back. And I really want to take the opportunity, Bill, because I know you've got such a message in your heart for Black leaders and Black community. I'd love to kind of like get a moment with you to hear your message. You know, you've been instrumental to a lot of young lives. You were once one who was inspired by someone, you know, and I'd love to be able to hear that.
Well, let me just tell you that the world's green today. So black, white, orange, green. At the end of the day, if you're bringing value to the world's going to reward you today. And I know for a fact that, you know, when you work with folks like Roosevelt that really do care about the success of other people, I don't think Roosevelt cares what your background is, your ethnicity, none of those things. What he cares about is how people treat other people. And I will tell you, one of the greatest life lessons you're going to get is how people treat people that can do nothing for them. You really want to pay attention to people that treat others well that can do nothing for them. And when you start to get around people that really, they're the ones that are making a difference in the planet in a really positive way, and they're making a difference in people's lives in a positive way, it's because they come from the right place. They come from that heart of service. And when you're around people that come from a heart of service, you're going to see results happen in your life that there's quantum leaps in success when you're around people that come from that place and come from that that bigger vision and that owning of a space where, when you meet people, it's always for a reason, a season, or a lifetime. I don't believe there's any accidents in life, and it's always what you do with it. And one of the reasons I love what the LA Tribune's really about is that they're about lifting people up. So my story is that out of high school and college, I grew up on the south side of Chicago. And I can tell you that we didn't have any money. My parents both worked, full-time jobs. My father was an electrician. My mom worked for Allstate. And if we went on vacation, it was usually as far as the car would go. That was our vacation. I remember, one summer we went on a summer vacation, and when we came back, we had no place to live. I know that sounds crazy for a lot of people, but we thought we were going on vacation. We weren't going on vacation. We had to move out. And, when you're 12, 13 years old, 10 years old, you don't really know what that means. You don't understand that. And fortunately, we did get another house and we did move in. But, when you're at that place in life, it's these learning blocks that today we need to think about how to empower tomorrow's leader. And tomorrow's leader is the youth that are 10 to 15 years old that are growing up in the toughest parts of our country. And if we don't begin to change the way the opportunity is there for them to win, all we're doing is setting ourselves up for failure. And so a big part of that message is that collectively, schools in all states and all cities have to come from a place of service and belief that every kid matters. There's no cities left behind. There's no states left behind. And until there's a spotlight on that, people aren't going to get it. Because when you see a 10-second slot or 30-second slot of the news, and let's face it, we know the news is designed to keep people negative. There's a reason it's called television. It's called tell-a-vision. It's not about the vision that you or I have. It's a vision that someone else have that controls the programming. It's the same reason they're called programs. They're designed to program people. And until we make some of those adjustments to really elevate the youth of today that are going to be the leaders of tomorrow, we'll keep getting what we've always got. You've heard this a million times, the definition of insanity. Keep doing the same thing over and over and expect a different result. Well, I believe as an entrepreneurial leader, and that's really where my focus has been for most of my career, is empowering entrepreneurs to win. And I will tell you today that it starts with a great work ethic. It starts with a burning desire, an absolute burning desire to be great in your niche. I was with a bunch of former NFL guys today, and the NFL guys, they paid the price to get there. But I do believe that as a collective, we have a duty to empower the youth that come from the toughest neighborhoods in our country. And
Well, let me jump in on that, Bill,
Go ahead.
because
Yeah.
yes, we do have a responsibility to do that. But just like you said, television is tell-a-vision. Oftentimes, individuals in low economic neighborhoods, particularly Black and Brown families, are not exposed to what else is possible for them besides uh, becoming pro in the
That's right.
athletic world, or
That's right.
besides in the entertainment. So, what would you recommend? Because my business is supporting families and entrepreneurs. It is the
So
only way.
let's think, what is one common denominator that you find in every socioeconomic level of life? I believe that almost everyone today has a cell phone.
Absolutely.
So we need to move our communications from TV to a cell phone that would empower the youth in the worst communities in our country to either gamify success or figure out ways that they can become empowered by doing great works, and see that they don't have to be an athlete. They don't have to be a superstar on TV. They can be an engineer. They can be someone that starts a business. See, I believe if you can sling drugs in any city, you can run any business in America. I mean,
Yes.
think
Yes.
about this. To do some of the things that people are forced to do just to be able to survive. If they can do that, they could run any company in this country, because they have to go through every life skill to do it, and they've got to risk their life every day.
Yes. So,
So
Bill,
so my belief is that,
imagine
yep,
imagine that it's 20 years ago or 30
right.
years ago. What advice would you give to young entrepreneurs, to our youth today, that you wish you knew back then?
For me, I think that's a great question, but I also think technology has changed the whole game. I don't believe that kids in the inner city 20 years ago or 30 years ago had anywhere near the opportunity they have today. I truly believe that we are in what I would call a time warp, that for the first time ever, with that cell phone, you can begin to sell how-to videos to do anything in the world and bring that message to the marketplace. People don't realize Africa is probably the fastest growing segment in the world when it comes to business growth, because 97% of the population will be cell phone compatible in the next 5 years.
And
And they
Bill,
have disposable income.
that's a great segment to bring in Morar into this conversation when it comes to that connectivity piece and bridging that gap. So please, I just want to make an introduction. Holistic wellness. We all know Morar. Please just share. Go ahead, Bill. But I just want to include Morar into the conversation.
So what I believe is that, looking back 20 to 30 years, for myself, it was that if you want to go fast, go by yourself. If you want to go far, go with a great team. So if you look up Muhammad Yunus, what Muhammad Yunus did in India is, under the microloan model, he would build high performance teams that, to get a loan for $5 or $50, you had to have a team. And so I would love to see the same model put into the roughest cities in our country to help these kids start businesses with a team, with a collective, where that cell phone becomes the center point of them doing something that they never thought was possible. So
I
for
agree
me,
with you,
and
Bill,
I
but
love to support that vision.
there's a missing component there. Yes, the technology is present to reach our youth, but you can never replace how to build relationships, because all business is built on relationships. So in addition to technology, we must equip our youth to be able to connect with one another, to merge ecosystems together, to have those soft skills, the ability to grow and include others as well. And that's the critical point.
You're 100% right. Soft skills today are everything, because what's happened for a lot of the youth of today that are our leaders for tomorrow is that they've spent so much time in the game world, they prefer the game world to the real world. And you're seeing the
Yes,
game world
yeah.
act out in life, because they're missing those skills that, when I was a kid, we could play baseball, we could play basketball, we could play football. We couldn't sit in front of a computer for 10 hours a day, and my parents would never let us sit in front of a TV for any amount of time.
So therefore,
But
you lack communication, you lack intimacy. There's lack of family and community bonding, because the face is stuck in the mobile device or our iPad versus having those conversations. So I too am looking forward to, not only when we reach the youth, to leverage the technology, because the pandemic did give us a gift to allow
yep,
those individuals to work from home and build a business, but we must also include the human connection, and that will never be replaced. Roosevelt, back to
yeah,
you.
I'm with
And
you 100%, and I think the more that we bring those two things together, that convergence could really change the world. And I love the whole topic of where this is at. And obviously, I always like to give away my book. So anyone that's listening today, if you want a copy of my book, I wrote a best-selling book called The Obvious. You've probably seen The Secret. All you have to do is get the book for free. Is you text the word WIN. You text WIN to 26786. Give me my book. We run 300 live events a year for entrepreneurs. Anything that Roosevelt does, I support. Anything the LA Tribune does, I support wholeheartedly. I love the work you guys are doing, but I do believe that today, right now, today, we are at a very important moment in time.
Yes.
That as a collective, we need to move the needle in the right direction. And
Yes.
so, if anybody
Thank you,
wants to
Bill.
book, just text WIN to 26786. We run lots of events. We'll have 60,000 people in Barcelona. I'm going there for MWC. We'll be in Dubai. Like I said, if Roosevelt's got an event going on, I always want to sponsor and be there. And I love you guys. So anything I can help with, I'm certainly all in.
Bill,
Yeah,
thank you so
thank you,
much.
Bill.
And it was a pleasure having a conversation with you, and we'll follow up. Roosevelt, back to you.
Okay, guys, I'll
Thank,
let you guys go. Anything else you got for me, Roosevelt, or am I good?
no, I mean you're golden, Bill. Text WIN to 26786. Get that book, Bill. Thank you for your continuous support. Always,
Always,
big
buddy.
love. We'll see
I
you in
love you
San
guys a
Diego
lot.
soon.
Talk to you soon.
Thank you, and
Bye-bye now.
and thank you, Mama Soul. Definitely, me for sharing. That perspective. I definitely feel where you're coming from. A lot of these young adults don't even know how to write in cursive anymore. They don't even know. They text in shorthand. I just found out what LMK meant the other day.
Let me know.
So
Let me know.
listen,
You know what I mean? So look, let me know what's going on. Okay, so thank you very much. But Mara, I really want to get your perspective. You know what I mean? As we change segments into health and wellness and holistic wellness. But before we do, Miss Witzel, do you have any closing remarks? Anything that you want to share before we conclude the segment?
Yes, I do. I want to close the loop where Alicia left off in the first half because she mentioned space. And so my husband and I, we've been married 43 years, and we are bidding to become the first married African American couple to travel into suborbital space. We created a nonprofit organization called We Do the Impossible, and our mission statement is to inspire the next generation of dreamers to do the impossible. One way you do that is lead by example. So we're asking them to focus on STEM education with the extra M for medicine, and also encouraging them to look at opportunities in the private space tourism industry. So with that, I just want to say thank you once again to the Los Angeles Tribune. Thank you, Roosevelt, Alicia. And for those of you who are listening, I do believe in each one, reach one. So go to my blog, soulwisdomspeaks.blog/intake-page. You see it there on the screen. Share your wisdom, because we must share our stories and pay it forward for legacy. This event is about inspirational legacy. And so, what better way to do that than to collect the wisdom of others and pass it on to future generations? Mwah! Thank you so much.
Big love. Thank you very much for sharing.
Hugs. Thank you so much, Mama
Thank
Soul.
you for tying that in.
Yes, and impossible is I'm possible. So wishing Mama Soul and her husband all the best as they push forward with that bid to try to be the first Black couple to go up into orbital space. I mean, talk about pushing barriers and pushing boundaries and going into another world. So thank you so much, Mama Soul, for joining us today. And we're still going on today, Inspirational Legacy, Past, Present, and Future, Part 2. We're here with Moyar. We're here with Jay Johnson. We're glad that you have joined us today on the Inspirational Legacy stage. Moyar, we would love for you to share more about the holistic wellness work that you are doing and why it is important and why it matters, and just share more about who you are with the audiences that have joined us today.
Thank you, Roosevelt. Thank you, Alicia. And thank you to the Los Angeles Tribune for the outstanding collaboration and the joint effort to put this event together. I am inspired by all of the speakers And as a health and wellness expert, I was very, very happy when I was hearing this morning Black Health Matters. I'm known as the holistic wellness whisperer. I empower individuals to uncover, unlock, and unleash their everlasting and ideal health. I provide my patients the tools and education needed so they can feel supported in the journey and they become believer in the power of the body can heal itself. We educate other people to make sure they understand. You do not have to suffer if you just start simple. That's what I educate most of my patients. The Black community is dying at a rapid pace due to lack of education. We are so stuck in the stigma that we cannot do anything better. So we stay stuck by avoiding to do the simple things such as drinking water. The sodas are still accessible to us so much to our reach. So we drink the sodas. We forget about sugar. We forget addiction. We forget the amount of alcohol that within our reach. And then we get to a pace where we are dying and we don't realize the simplistic things we must do to take care of our body.
That is beautiful. What are some of the solutions that you recommend for the listeners worldwide?
You know what, Roosevelt? There is something that I always thought about this quote in from Pete Carmichael. He said, and I'm always inspired in Black History Month with this: no Black in this country makes any advances solely based on their talent or worth. All individual advancement is based on mass struggles. We make no progress in this world without shedding our blood. Therefore, my brothers and sisters, your advancement and success in this world does not belong to you. It belongs to the people. And if you are not using your success for the benefit of your people, it is a betrayal of the people who shed the blood for you. I'm inviting everybody that listening today to just go simple. Take your health journey into your own hands. It is not the responsibility of your doctor. Years ago, when I was diagnosed with an autoimmune disease and grave disease, I healed myself from that by taking full responsibility, by changing my lifestyle, such as nutrition. Understand, nutrition is the way you communicate with your body. Drinking water, walk, doing the same, those are costless. Just waking up with an attitude of gratitude. Just by blessing what you are eating and understanding. Are you eating to feed your soul, your body? Or are you eating to kill all your cells? Those are not complicated things we have to do. It's simple thing we must do to just bring awareness. So this quote brings to me my success from healing an autoimmune disease called grave disease. When my doctor told me there was no solution, is to this support to the other people that I'm serving, over 100,000 hours putting together just to support people with mental illness, physical illness, and give them an integrative approach where they feel they matter. We need doctors in the Black community. Only 5% of doctors in the Black community serving us. We need more doctors. We need more holistic wellness, integrative care workers to show up in the field and provide that understanding to others that, yes, you can. Don't believe everything you have heard. and believe in the body's ability. You have an amazing body. You are amazing. So believe in this body that you have the tools. Just provide the tool. Get yourself educated. Associate yourself with the right people. Just don't do too much, but start simple. Sleep.
Oh wow.
Don't forget to sleep.
No, that was beautiful. Please share how to contact you. I see your .com in your title, but for the ones that are listening and driving, or please share how you can be contacted.
Easy with Moira.com. Everything is personalized to Moira.com. I put global wellness together. I inspire people in my platform. It's at Moira Leveille, MoirArLeveille, and Instagram. You can check in on my website. You'll find tools. You'll find information on how to connect to make a difference in your life. It starts with you. Don't pass the ball until you really feel you got good control, because this is for you. Black excellence in about health, Black excellence about leadership. This is what Roosevelt is in collaboration with the Los Angeles Tribune to provide to all of you that are here. Don't just listen and forget. Listen and take action. Action is the antidote for fear. So make sure you do something with all the information you gathered today.
That is amazing, Moira. We want to thank you for joining us. Give us one, in conclusion, give us one breath of an actionable item we can do today, right now, once this...
Today, right now.
Yeah, today, right now, that we can do once our broadcast is over. How can a person take action today, right now?
I'm going to start very simple by saying your body is 70% of water. Start simple. When you wake up in the morning, for your liver, which is your biggest detoxifier in the body, drink a glass of water and make sure you sleep better at night. Release distraction. Set up a routine for your nighttime and just start with that. I don't have you to start just eating vegetable and all of that. My way of doing the walking exercise. And another simple thing I use is YouTube. Exercise with YouTube. Just pick a somebody that you like. I like to dance. So I wake up in the morning, I find somebody and I dance with that person. I love to do something simple. So start simple, but keep moving.
That's right, Moira. We want to thank you for sharing those gems with us. And really, health is wellness, movement is medicine. And your kitchen is your hospital, and your refrigerator is your medicine cabinet. So again, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and have a glass of water after I thank God and get with it. And we want to thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Alicia, you're beautiful. Roosevelt, I am so honored to be in your corner. You are changing lives, and I am extremely honored to be part of this legacy event, an excellence event.
And the feeling is mutual. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Moira. It was a pleasure to have you on with us today. This is our reminder, Roosevelt. If you do not have one, I ask that you grab a glass of water soon. I will do the same. Yes, I just had a glass. I'm about to go get another one in a little moment. But it's the little big things. It is the little big things. The small moments, the moments that take a sip of water, then drink the glass of water. It creates a big difference in your life. So I'm so happy that we had Moira up today speaking about wellness.
And that was critical and crucial, simple but necessary, vital. For our culture, just for them to hear that culture share. So that was powerful, profound. Big love, Moira. Big love for that. We'll call our next presenter up, Alicia. I'll be happy.
Yes. So we have Jay Johnson joining us. Jay, let's see. I know that he's here on the screen. Give us a moment. We're going to take Jay off from the stage and then bring him right back up and see if he's able to continue to join us today.
Okay. Yes, we because this
All
brother
right,
has a yes.
let's give him a moment. We are live. So let's give Jay a moment. We also have another guest with us here, Clinton James. And Clinton will be bringing you up on stage in a moment. Roosevelt, it has been such a day. We've heard from so many speakers. What are some of the moments that you are reflecting on and that you're thinking of as we continue with the broadcast today?
Well, Mara, her presentation was just so, phenomenal. Really, it was so basic, but, just water, so that was great. We talked about mental health. We talked about health and wellness. We talked about housing. We talked about legacy trust. We had media. Dr. Shirley Weber was on, with us earlier, and it's all about celebrating incremental success. So if it's someone out there, celebrate your small successes, and those will build up to big success. We've been on here since 8:00 Pacific Standard Time. We even heard Bill Wash, so that was amazing. We've having a phenomenal guest speakers, a phenomenal lineup. We've had Flight 33 was on, an independent entrepreneur, come to tell us about her spirits. It's just been a jam-packed day, very informative, something to rewind if you're just now getting here and look at part one. And, like P. Diddy, we're going to remix these clips up and get them to you. So look forward to your emails and receiving those. It's been a great day. How about you?
I mean, you covered so much today, and we are just getting started. But I think one of the things that I love about today is that we've heard from so many individuals that are pushing barriers, inspiring. So many individuals that are still the first to, we heard from Kenyal Ash, the first to create the magazine on vision boarding. So many first. We heard from the first Flight 33, really pushing barriers in the spirit space. That's what it's about. It's about looking within, seeing what's out there, seeing how you can create a difference, and then having that conviction to continue to move forward. And as we mentioned, we're still getting started. We're still going. We have Sean Harper that will be joining us on the stage in just a moment. We're so excited to have Sean here. Sean has had a dynamic career, was in the NFL, is a motivational speaker and coach. And Sean, thank you so much for joining us today.
I'm here already. Can you guys hear me?
We sure
yes,
can hear
yes.
you.
That's the win. How's it going? How you guys doing?
We're doing phenomenal, sir. How about yourself?
I am doing absolutely wonderful. I kind of wish I was out west though, but I'm up in Ohio right now. But things are going good. Oh yeah.
Well, wherever you go, you're an MVP. Wherever you go,
I'll take that.
Yes,
yeah.
Sean, thank you so much for joining us here today. Would love for you to share more about your background and your experiences, and share more about a historical figure that has inspired you along your career and inspired some of the work that you do today and the why behind the work that you do today.
Wow, man. So you know what? I love, looking at, when it comes to history, African-American history, and just history in general. I love individuals that kind of work behind the scenes, like Benjamin Davis, Benjamin E. Mays, and the list goes on and on. But recently I was asked to speak for Dr. Martin Luther King, the actual holiday, and just to give just a general speech, when it kind of took me out of my comfort zone, because usually as a speaker, you step on stage. You talk about basically things that you had to endure, overcome, and just dominate in the space that you're in, and it's really comfortable. However, I'm doing research on Dr. Martin Luther King, right? And I know the stories. I started digging deep, and what blew me away was his first major speech. And that first major speech he was asked to give at the age of 27. And he was voted to give this speech. Young guy, young minister, all these established individuals were afraid to put their neck on the line in reference to the actual bus boycott. And they said, hey, get the young guy over there. He hasn't had nothing to lose, right? They said, you know what? We want you to head up this committee, head up this newly formed organization to kind of give credence and foundation to the bus boycott. And you're going to give a speech. And guess what? You got 1 hour to do it. Ready, set, go. And they just turned it over to him. They all sat back, and he took less than an hour and gave one of his greatest speeches. But what came from that and what I pulled from that was he could have said no. He could have said, you know what, I'm up and coming. I'm a young guy. I got my entire life ahead of me. Here's my strategic plan. It doesn't fit my actual agenda. He said, I'll do it. Courage. That moment blew me away. And I realized that in 2024, we're missing that word. We see people having, character, they talk about, being this and doing that, but just having courage to stand up for what's right, having courage to push against the grain and push against the tide and allow the pressure to make you and not break you. He has now become my number one inspiration.
Oh, is that right? That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Yeah. My actual story is that, I played about 7 years professional football with the Rams, with the Colts, NFL Europe, things like that. And I'm a CEO, I'm a business owner for about 20 years, American Services and Protection out of Ohio. But my story to get to this actual moment was very interesting, to say the least. Documented with 4 to 5 learning disabilities, kicked out of a couple schools for disciplinary issues, left high school with a 1.62 cumulative GPA, voted most likely to fail. Can you imagine that? People are voting who's going to be successful and who's going to fail. My name was on the top of the list. Sean Harper, you will fail. And I barely started in high school football. I wasn't even honorable mention all conference. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the edited version. I was at the bottom of the bottom of the bottom of the barrel. And I get a phone call, an invitation to a junior college in Mason City, Iowa. Now, hey, I'm from the hood, right? And so I'm going to the cornfields of Iowa. And the first year at that junior college, you know what? I sat on the bench, not one play. And going into the second year, I had a conversation with myself. And the conversation was this: you're right. I can't be successful. I don't have what it takes to. I have all these excuses, man. But then I said something. I guess it was a Freudian slip. Actually, it was from the spirit. I said, I can win, but I can win. And the moment I said I can win, it's almost as if I turned obstacles into opportunities. And I pulled from all of that. And I moved from sitting on the bench to being inducted into the Junior College Hall of Fame the next season, getting a full ride to Indiana University, draft day in the NFL, 3rd pick in the 4th round, a business owner for over 20 years, married for 24 years. And the list goes on, adopting a winning mindset versus a success mindset. And I teach this in schools and I teach it in small and large companies, how to win.
So how do you win? I want to know.
Well, the first thing that you have to do is that you have to realize that you're a winner. It's like we absolutely love winning. This is why we spend millions or billions on sports. This is why my son sneaks downstairs at 4 or 5 in the morning and he's playing those daggone video games, right? He's trying to get to the secret dark level. And I'm like, dude, go to bed, right? People are so enamored with winning is because they're trying to get back to basically who they are. Like, I remember about 6 months ago, I'm at a casino speaking, and these older people, like 70, 85 years old, and they're all playing these slots, man, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. And then it hit me. Well, they're too old to go out there and run and compete. They're too old to do a lot of things, but playing the slots and gambling allows them to connect with the win within. In fact, everyone listening to me, including yourself, you are one of 90 million sperm cells to fertilize the egg. You were the one that won. That's why you're attracted to winning. So now if I can pull that, because all actions come from thoughts, all thoughts come from your belief system. And that's where about 90% of all success teachers stop at. But there's one level deeper. Maxwell Maltz talks about your self-concept. Your belief system is nestled in who you are. And out of that, now it exudes and it pushes out. So you are no longer the thermostat. You are no longer the thermometer. You're a thermostat. I'm a winner, and I don't create, I manifest.
Yes, sir. Oh, and we're on the same team. And I believe winning is a spirit. Winning is a spirit you have to have. You know, you could be down by 3 in the bottom of the 9th and have a rally. You got to dig within. You got to feel it. You got to be excited. Your mind got to be made up.
Don't get me fired up, man. Don't get me fired up, man.
You got to get fired up. Your mind has to be made up to be a winner. You got, some people develop it. Some people train for it, but it's in the will. Can you, like you said, manifest? Can you mentally will a win? You can say, nobody told me I was a king, but it never stopped me from knowing. Nobody told me I was going to win, but it never stopped me from knowing.
Right.
And you can ask me how I know.
How you know?
Because I was there when they counted me out. The floor is cold. The floor is cold. But it's not about being knocked down. It's about getting up.
Right.
As long as you ain't knocked out.
Yeah.
So I just resonate with the spirit. You have the winning spirit. And I was just electrified by your presentation, Mr. Harper. And I had to be able to share that spirit with you, that we are active and we are alive. And this generation is excited. And it's an honor to be able to have you here, sir, to be able to share your testimony, sir.
Yeah. And I would like to leave, if I were to leave anything, if I was to wrap this up or land it, just in case I don't have time to say it, to anyone that's actually listening to me, 3 words: live, give, and forgive. That's number 1. First phrase. Number 2, you don't have to win all 4 quarters to win the game. And number 3, get back on the bike. That's how you learn how to ride the bike by falling. And if you can look up, like my man Les says, if you can look up, you can get up. You don't have to win all 4 quarters to win the game, baby. Just keep fighting. Sometimes you throw jabs, sometimes you rope a dope, but you got to keep fighting.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I want to thank you for sharing that, for sharing that with us, because you'll be surprised on how a lot of folks are, it's the bottom of the 9th and they down by 3, but they still got a couple pitches left. You might give in, but don't give up. But whatever you do not forfeit.
That's right. That's right.
You got to have that courage. The courage to push through. That courage word was resonating so strong today in your story about Dr. King. And it's how you can continue to push through and how you can continue to say yes and to move forward. So we want to thank you so much, Sean, for joining us today. What is one piece of advice that you can give to our listeners that are tuning here? You shared so many gems, but what is one piece of advice that you can give them for today that they can think about, that they should be thinking about already, but really to just bring it home for our listeners today?
Yeah. Winning involves teams. You have to learn how to build your team, nourish your team, and respect your team. And if you are a part of a team, you play your hardest. I was an offensive lineman. No one knows who offensive linemen are, right? But guess what? If I don't do my job, then nothing else happens on that field. Build your team in our narcissistic, myopic, self-consumed, self-absorbed society, who basically they teach individualism. That's a farce. That's false. Winners always have teams. And sometimes when you're under pressure, when you're under stress, you have to reach your hand out and find your actual tag team partner. Find somebody who is not called to your vision, but is called to you. Find that person, bring that person alongside, honor and respect, and build your team, give transparency, and play to win.
Big love, Mr. Harper. You said it well. You said it well. And I would just like to add, individuals win trophies, teams win championships. I'm having that team, sir. And Los Angeles Tribune, because this is a winning team, sir. So yes, sir. Yes, sir. And together everyone achieves more. So yes, sir. We got some championships to win, sir. I definitely will be in contact, sir.
All day. You guys be blessed.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Sean.
Right.
We appreciate it. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
All right. Yeah. I want to remind everybody, I hope you got your Young Black in the Business Power Pin out, because we've been sharing today, sharing is caring. If you put this black pen on white paper, it'll turn green.
It'll turn
manifest
green.
it. You can will a win with this pen. Hello. So, Alicia.
That was great. As Ava said, Sean Harper is on fire. I was really inspired by the story he shared of Dr. King, and having the courage to just look to your left, look to your right, and say it's go time, and really step into all that you are and have the courage to do so. And also the message around teamwork, around the fact that, everyone's role matters. Everyone's role is important. And when we come together and we understand what it is that we're doing and what our common goals are, we can do so much more together than we can do on our own. And also, Roosevelt, I just have to say, you are on fire tonight too, with your slogans, your catchphrases. If you haven't considered, I think I said it earlier today, your slogans are on point. There is a business there in you. I know that you work with brands. I know that you work with entrepreneurs, but you have such innate ability to tie in what they do into something that resonates and is catchy, and really can be remembered. So I just want to say, I see that in you, Roosevelt, and keep those slogans coming today. We're really thrilled to bring our next guest to stage. It is Jay Johnson, and we're going to try and bring him out to stage. We may have to bring him off the stage, but we will try one more time. Okay. We'll give Jay another moment to come and join us. We have Clinton James has been here with us, and we'll be bringing Clinton James to the stage up next.
And Grayson Stewart as well, because this, if we can, Grayson Stewart as well, because this is like our housing gurus, how to purchase a home, real estate, marketing gurus, experts. And I pretty much just wanted to have these gentlemen here to be able to discuss where the market is, give us some resources, give us some tools, because there's nothing real like real estate. And, we definitely have to find our space. Mr. James, you're already smiling because you already know. Yes, sir. So we'll go Mr. James, and then we'll go Mr. Stewart with introductions, who you are, and how to be contacted. Mr. James,
I like that phrase. There's nothing real like real estate. And I have to give it up to you, Alicia and Roosevelt. Man, this is the fourth quarter. Y'all been doing this all day long, man. How y'all doing?
We doing fine, sir.
Man? Fourth quarter. Yes. You made it. But anyway, my name is Clinton James. I'm a local real estate broker here in San Diego, and also the first vice president for California Association of Real Estate Brokers, which is a NAREB, National Association of Real Estate Brokers division. So what I do here is my big goal here is to definitely advocate for homeownership. Homeownership is one of the keys to, I would say, wealth in the United States of America, and it's a platform for building a foundation for generational wealth. But that's a key phrase we always hear. We're hearing it consistently all the time, and right now, because a lot of people are seeing the impact that homeownership and real estate is having, especially in certain communities, and the disparity in the wealth gap. So one of the things my goal is to do is to really educate people. I think one of the greatest pandemics or pandemics we have right now, outside of the pandemic of 2020, is financial literacy. And when it comes to our community, it's accentuated a little bit more. So my goal is to more educate, give people the knowledge to make the best informed decision. I'm passionate about what I do because I see it changes people's lives and trajectory. So that's a little bit about me. I've been doing this for the past maybe 20 years. Got my real estate license in 2004, and now got my broker's license in 2007. And now I own a broker. I have a small boutique brokerage called BHF Real Estate, which means blessed and highly favored, like everybody here.
Look at that, smooth too. And we also call him Mr. Delmar Fair.
All
right. And Brother Grayson.
Hi, welcome everyone. I'm Grayson Stewart. I'm a realtor here in San Diego. I was born and raised in San Luis Obispo. My Instagram is Grayson M. Stewart. That's why I tagged it up there. You can follow me there. I post a lot of content to try to educate people. Like he said, we're trying to educate on financial literacy, real estate. Like he said, Warren Buffett, some of the most successful people in the world, all started by investing in real estate, and that's just like one of the big things you can do to start building a foundation and getting your name and getting your finances in line over time. So I just want to explain like how simple it is to invest and the ways you can get around it, and the different programs and different grants that are offered for people to buy a home for the first time, whether VA, FHA, Fannie Mae, any of the above. Yeah.
Wonderful. So now a combination. Can you both give us some tools, some real estate tips? Where's the market at right now? How are the interest rates? We'll go Clinton, and we'll go Grayson, and how can we take advantage of this opportunity, and ultimately, how can we get in the home?
That's a question everybody has. I mean, it's especially when we see the price of homes right now and what's affecting the market, especially everybody's interest rate conscious. Yes, I would say yes. Interest rates are affecting the market in a interesting way. We see that the Feds have kind of paused on increasing the interest rate. Right now, it's still at around hovering between I would say 5 and 7. But at the same time, too, I try to avoid. I look at the interest rate, but I try to avoid actually projecting that in terms of helping my clients make a decision, especially when you're dealing with residential real estate. Residential real estate is a little bit different than the other assets in real estate, like commercial. But residential is an emotional decision a lot of our buyers have to make, but they have to consider their finances. I always try to make my buyers understand that things do change, right? When you're ready or we're qualified to buy, the first thing you always do is, I would say, when you go to the doctor, the first thing you always do is diagnose before you prescribe, right? The doctor's not going to look at you and say, hey, and you're not going to tell the doctor I have a headache, and the doctor's going to prescribe a solution. They're going to diagnose you, then prescribe. And that's where there's a process to this too. We have to diagnose where you're at, number one, and that's your finances. And your finances are so important when it comes to you buying or purchasing real estate because of the price point right now. So the first thing we actually have you do is sit down with a mortgage loan specialist or officer or mortgage agent to get you pre-qualified or pre-approved. And once we get that, then we'll kind of understand the direction in which we should take you. And then we educate you on the process of real estate, because there's a lot of different layers to this business. There's a lot of different layers that come in when you're purchasing a home. And the main thing I will always want all my clients to know is that, number one, it's not about me getting you there. It's about you deciding to get you there. I can't want it more than you. At the end of the day, this is a big step. This is a life decision right now because of the price point. So at the end of the day, you have to want it more than anybody else.
Mr. Grayson, Mr. Stewart, what's your perspective on the market, sir? And what are some angles you take when getting families into homes?
Yeah, so currently, obviously, the rates are kind of adjusting. They're kind of changing and fluctuating every day, every week. They dropped back down from a high point, and then they went back up in the recent weeks or the recent past week or two. So one thing that I try to point out to clients is right now is actually a very good time to buy because you might be at a higher rate, but then also that means the price point is going to be lower. Yeah, prices are high in general in San Diego, but right now they're much lower than they will be when rates drop in the next few months, right? So they are predicting that the rates are going to continue to drop throughout the year. And when rates drop, obviously prices will go up because it's simple supply and demand. So right now, if you're getting into home, you're beating people with the price point. So you're getting a lower price point than you would in the coming months. But then when the rates do drop as they're predicted to, ideally, then you would just refi. So that's going to help you, get a lower price point and then eventually a lower rate when rates do drop. You just use that refinancing. As he talked about, you're going to want to get with a loan specialist, whether it's just a loan officer or a mortgage broker. But that's going to help you kind of feel and understand your financial situation, what you can afford what kind of home you can get into. And then obviously there's so many different options with FHA, VA, Fannie Mae. Like most recently, Fannie Mae passed 5% down on multifamily. So that's a really good way to get your foundation started and living in one of the units, renting out the other three, helping you start build a foundation and financially becoming stable.
Okay, wonderful. Before we conclude and have final thoughts, I would like you both to take a time to share what's different. What's the difference between your service? Like, what makes you the go-to realtor? What makes you stand out? What makes you viable? Just for all of our listeners and our followers here, because I'm looking to promote your business here and your service. So, how are you a cut above, just so you can be that preferred realtor? We'll go with you, Mr. James.
Yeah, well, I mean, I take a different approach when it comes to to partnering or like working with other agents. I more look at collaboration than competition. I think if we work together, I think we get a lot more done, because there's a lot of people who want to buy homes. Right now, you're looking at 40% of San Diego's population are homeowners. So we have a huge people, and that's what's pushing the demand right now. The price point is also pushing people out of homes, and that's where, for me, my passion comes in. Is I want to see, number one, the affordability factor. Just being involved in legislation, because being the first vice president for CAREB, California Association of Real Estate Brokers, I am the first the chair for the legislative committee. And with that, I'm looking at a lot of laws that pertain to real estate, not only just our industry, but how it affects also people buying and selling real estate. And what we're seeing is that there's a lot of laws, policies, and bills coming down the pipeline that are changing in terms of affordable housing. Affordable housing policies and bills have come down, which encourages developers to build affordable homes right now, in terms of actually making it a lot more, giving them more incentives to actually do that. And that's something that I think the state needs a whole lot, is more affordable housing. So that's one of the things that makes me a little bit different, is that I advocate for the marginalized home buyers, but at the same time too, what I want to do is work also with the developers and the investors and finding ways in which we can actually cut the cost down in terms of and actually help the marginalized of homeowners or home qualified buyers to actually get into homes in California, because I think that's needed in the near future, because we see the trajectory of the home prices is not keeping up with the trajectory of the average income in California. And that's going to be a big situation happening that we're going to have to look at. So that's kind of what separates me from most, is that I'm very, I love what I do. Been doing it for a while. And I tell myself that, you know what, I'm one of the best out there.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Stewart, how do you hit home runs?
Yeah, so I like that he touched on development. Actually, at my brokerage also a GC, so we focus on construction development. So we've been focusing on, building ADUs, as we're going to talk about on March 29th in our upcoming series, the Fortune 500 at YB&NB. And also we're working on building from the ground up. So for example, we recently took a lot of land and we tore down a little property and built 2 duplexes on it. And then we're capitalizing on the new bills that were passed, such as AB 1033, the lot splitting. So we split off the lot and built 2 duplexes, which are now going to be able to sell for that client and make twice the amount of money for them and give them some return on investment. So it's going to help people, make financial moves, whether it's, just a lot split, whether it's, building an ADU, any of that. Also, I've recently been in the process of purchasing my own home, so I'm dealing with that as well, so I can give them firsthand advice. Obviously, Mr. James has dealt with that himself as well. So yeah, just giving people tips and just being up to date and current with the new laws that are passing, the bills, AB 1033, AB 976, a little bit of everything, just trying to educate people and help them understand. And then also for the first time home buyers, the different grants and programs that they're available to use. So that way they can get into the housing market and take that first step to start building equity for them and building some financial literacy as well. So that way people are understanding, how to get into the game and how they can maintain their standards once they've entered the housing market, because obviously we don't learn that stuff in school. So it's a lot of education stuff that we should be learning and we can continue to grow throughout the years.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Alicia, before we go into final comments, did you have any questions or
No, I'm just so grateful and thankful that Grayson and Clinton, you joined us today. Like Grayson said, we don't learn about these topics in school. There's no class that's like, how do I approach real estate? Yet real estate ownership, asset ownership is so important. So sometimes you have to learn from the school of life. And it's amazing that there are experts like yourselves out there that are out here doing the work, educating people, helping them create wealth, generational wealth, assets that can be passed down from one generation to the next. Today, our conversations are all about inspirational legacy, past, present, future. And real estate is such a wonderful opportunity to make your mark, have ownership, whether you're living in the home or you're renting out the units or you're purchasing for a family member or purchasing for a good cause or purchasing to be able to house a business in the property. These are just important dialogues. So we thank you today. I would say if there's one piece of advice that you can leave individuals, maybe that aren't in the place where they're ready to buy a property, but they're thinking about it, what are some of the steps that they can take in that planning process? So Clinton, we'll hand it over to you, and then we'll go back to Grayson to close it out.
You know what? I'll let Grayson go first. I've been going first for a minute. Go ahead, Grayson.
Okay. All right. So, one step I would say is obviously you got to be prepared. So start looking at your credit. Make sure you get your utilization down on your credit cards. Don't make any, if you're looking to get into the housing market, don't make any big purchases. Like don't go buy a brand new car, a brand new watch or anything like that. Start preparing yourself, financially. And then obviously just kind of getting everything in line. Have an idea of what you want to buy, where you want to buy it, and why you want to buy it. There's a lot of big projects going on in San Diego, such as like the Bayfront project. It's $1 billion project where they're remodeling all of the Bayfront, and that's going to create a ton of equity in areas like that. So if you're investing in, a fixer-upper or a turnkey home in areas like that, you know that you're going to gain a lot of equity in the coming years. So just having the game plan, knowing why you want to buy in a certain area, what kind of property you want to buy, whether it's a single-family home or it's a multi-family home, because maybe you have family members or you have a grandma or a parent that needs to live with you. Kind of build a game plan, know what you're going for and know why you're doing that. So that way when time comes, you're prepared and you're ready and you have all your finances in line. So it makes it easier when you do get into the housing market eventually.
Awesome. And I think Grayson said it well. I mean, because today I heard a lot of the topic was actually having a plan, and having a goal and goal setting, and having a mindset for that. Because right now, I mean, home ownership today is a big goal for a lot of people based upon the price point. A lot of people see it as an unattainable goal, but I believe everybody who desires to buy a home should be able to buy a home. And the first thing is actually having a goal, because number one, our job is to make sure that we take away the uncertainty, because 1% uncertainty equals 100% doubt. If you're going into this with a lot of doubt, and because you don't have the information, it's going to be hard for you to attain any goal. And homeownership is one of those goals that we want to actually. Anybody who desires to do it, you have to start somewhere. So education, it starts with education. Number one, there's so much information, so much classes out there, so much access to information that sometimes it gets overwhelming. But I think it's a step-by-step process. And I always tell everybody, as long as you argue for your limitations, you are going to get them, right? Mm-hmm. So our goal is to help you overcome those limitations. We want to help you go after your goals. We can lay out a plan for you. It could be a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, or 5 year plan to get you to where your goal is, which is home ownership. Anybody who desires a home, because it's one of the necessities in our economy, which is food, clothing, and shelter. Everybody has a right to a shelter, and everybody who desires a home should be able to purchase a home.
That's beautiful, and I totally agree with that with both you gentlemen. And it's been an honor to be able to have you share. And that's part of the big five. You gave us 3. I'll add 2 more. You got food, clothing, shelter, communication, and transportation.
Mm-hmm.
You definitely got to have your big 5, and shelter is one of them. So again, we want to thank both of you gentlemen for being on here and sharing your wisdom and your experience. I highly recommend if you're listening to this, tie some knots with Clinton James or Grayson Stewart. These brothers are definitely subject matter experts, and I definitely trust them. So yes, sir. Alyssa, do you have anything else you want to share?
Thank you so much, Clinton. Thank you so much, Grayson. What a powerful segment. We appreciate you joining us here today. Enjoy the rest of your day. Roosevelt, we are still going. We are still going. What a great segment talking about real estate. And now we have the pleasure of bringing Jay Johnson back to the stage. There's a saying, the third time is a charm. So we are going to bring Jay Johnson back to the stage. Hello, hello. The third time is a charm. Hello. How are you today?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes,
We
sir.
can. We can hear you. We can see you. Thank you for joining us today.
Excellent. Thank you for the invitation. I tell you what, it's such an honor and a privilege to be here. I am grateful and honored. The Roosevelt, you sent out the invitation, LA Tribune with Mo and Ava, Alicia. You guys are doing a phenomenal job, and I've been out here just taking notes and racking my brain. Like, what am I going to say after all these phenomenal people? It's just amazing to be here.
Well, everyone's story matters. And Jay, your story matters. Please share more about who you are and your work. And before you go in there, Roosevelt, didn't mean to cut you off there. There's a bit of a lag here. So please, back to you, and then we'll go to Jay.
Oh, no, I'm just excited for the gentleman to be able to share his story. So, Mr. Johnson, you have the floor, please. A little bit of background about your work and what do you do?
Thank you so much. I started off in this industry of entertainment. And you know what? It was a big ride for me. It was a great ride for me, as a matter of fact. But I was able to work with some very successful people, from James Earl Jones to Red Hot Chili Peppers to Beach Boys and President Clinton, President Bush, and all those type of people. But I remember, I'll never forget this day that I met this gentleman by the name of Brian Biro. And I didn't know anything about the speaking industry until I met this guy. As far as the business is concerned, I knew there was a lot of motivational speakers out there, but I just didn't know that there was a way to get established as a speaker. So back in the day when I was producing an event, Brian was the motivational speaker. Now Brian's MO is he's a breakthrough coach. So what he would do is have his audience write down their problems that they cannot break through on a piece of board. And then by the time he finished his presentation, they would karate chop through this board like paper. It was absolutely amazing. So the way the business works is the company that I was working with would send him a check for half of his fee up front. Okay. Then they would take care of the airfare, the hotel, the car rentals, his food, everything was taken care of. So they'll give him the other half at the end of his presentation. So I was one of the producers on the event. So I was backstage working with Brian and just talking to him in the green room. And he was saying that, you know what, last year I worked 18 days. And I'm like, wait, time out. You work how many days? He said, I worked 18 days. I said, what did you do with the other 340 something days? I couldn't even count, right? So he said, well, I'll spend time with family. I was traveling and all that. And he got back to his story. At that moment, I saw his lips moving, but I didn't hear anything, So I was like, wait a minute. He worked 18 days. So by the time he got on stage, he's out there and he's doing his thing. He's killing it. The audience is loving him. They're into him and things of that nature. He's very captivating. But I'm walking behind the audience. And I pull out the other half of his check because I had his check. I pull out the other half of his check and I'm like, if this gentleman just worked 18 days, if he just got paid just this amount on all 18 days, he would have gotten paid over $250,000. I said to myself, you know what? I'm in the wrong business. I can do that, but it wasn't about the money. It was about the freedom. It was about the lifestyle. It was about the really, really giving back. So fast forward a few years, I did not get involved in the industry right away. I still had a company that was trying to get off the ground and things of that nature. It was still on the ground floor. But by the time I got to Missouri, I met this young lady and she was saying, well, Jay, you need to meet my coach. He's saying some of the same things that you're doing. And I met this gentleman. He used to work with Anthony Robbins at the time. And so we started traveling around the country doing masterminds. And he just took me under his wing and he started teaching me the business side of the speaking business. What I realized, though, there was a big problem. That most of the people that I saw out there in the industry, they had phenomenal products and services that they offered, but the back end, as far as their team in the office, could not deliver. So as far as the deliverables, so I saw a lot of people getting into the industry where they were actually felt like they were getting beat, they were getting taken advantage of. So I'm like, well, you know what? I want to do something about that because I had an emotional burn with that as well. So I decided to create a company called I Empower that teaches and empowers entrepreneurs, not necessarily just to give them some more information, but to give them the tool sets, the resources, and the skill sets that they can use in order to actually get their messages out to the masses. So I came up with a product called Signature Talks, and Signature Talks has been I've been writing Signature Talks for, I don't know, the past 8 years or so. I've written over 500 seven-figure presentations for people, and I tell you, it's been doing very, very well. Now, what my goal is to share with the entrepreneurs or thought leaders how they can put their message together, tell their stories, make points with their stories. As I always say, you never have a story without a point, never have a point without a story. So to add value to what it is that they're selling. Now, the only story that you're going to tell is not going to tell your life history, but you'll tell the story that's going to impact the sale or of your product or services. So my whole goal is to make sure that they have a product or service that will benefit the marketplace and be a solution to the problems, and then be able to live off of their talents as well.
That's go ahead, Roosevelt.
Oh no, I was gonna say that's very encouraging to be able to fit your business in your lifestyle, knowing the lifestyle that you want to live and the legacy that you want to leave behind, and touching the hearts and the minds of individuals. Does your power have an acronym?
It does not, but I'm willing to listen to yours because you've been coming up with some phenomenal slogans all day.
Okay, well here we
So,
go.
no,
Well
just
here
I
we go.
empower.
I, I'm
So,
empowered. Yes.
I empower. Yes. So I empower people. So my whole goal, my mission is to empower the legends within the leaders to inspire greatness in the world.
Look at that.
Because
That's
you're
profound.
already a leader, some people just don't know that there's a legend inside of you. So we could tap that legend on the shoulder and wake them up and allow them to do what they do. You can walk in your elephant as well as generating income at the same time. So you don't have to work a job, being frustrated on the job for 40 plus years and not necessarily feeling like you're actually living in your potential.
Yes, sir. Because the job stands for just over broke. And I believe like that legendary, being legendary is like having that, like, even like a career path. Hopefully it's not too much of a delay, but as you definitely being a young Black and business member, I could definitely lend our acronym power. It's the P stands for purpose driven. The O stands for opportunity chaser. You got to be an opportunity chaser. I'll give it to you again. The W stands for willing to go solo. A lot of times you got to go by yourself. Everybody's not going to go with you. The E stands for energetic. You definitely got to be energetic, energized. That's contagious. And the R stands for relationship builder. I am power. I am purpose driven. I'm an opportunity chaser. I'm willing to go solo. I'm energetic, and I'm a relationship builder. That's how we define power here at Young Black in the Business. So, because when I seen it, I said that's powerful. I said that's powerful. So, and I'm gonna even share even more in depth before I sit back and let Alicia roll and quarterback the rest of the segment. Is a P is the 16th letter in the alphabet. O is the 15th letter in the alphabet. W is the only letter in the English alphabet to have two syllables. The letter E is used in approximately 15 to 20% of all English words. And R, it doesn't just stand for the red rose. It's because Roosevelt gave that gift to you. Big love. But no, I'm definitely inspired, and I'll definitely be connecting more of our members with you, sir.
Oh, much love. Thank you so much. I am definitely going to incorporate that with your permission. Absolutely.
Oh, yes, sir. As a member, you got that. But I'll be connecting you to more of our members because we all have legends inside of us. We got to just, like you said, tap the shoulder and just wake them up.
And I hope all of you watching on the stage, or the
Absolutely.
individuals on the stage, this is a live example of successful collaboration at its finest. You saw this happen on stage with Roosevelt and Jay. Oh, Jay, what are examples of successful collaborations that you've had, and what made that collaboration work?
Well, one of the successful collaborations I've had with Sir Dr. James Dentley. He's, as you all know, he's a phenomenal individual who's been speaking all around the world, have been speaking on some of the best stages around the world, and has been knighted twice. So he has this event called Inspired to Speak, and that with I Empower with Signature Talks coming together combined, we do an event twice a year. One is getting ready to be in April in Chicago, and I strongly invite everyone to be there. But we actually are teaching individuals, thought leaders, business owners, coaches, authors, how to tell their stories and turn their stories into a message that is relatable to the public and is solving a problem to the public, and teach them how to deliver that message authentically from the stage, any stage, whether you're on a podcast, whether you're on a television show or a radio broadcast. It doesn't matter where you are. You learn how to authentically articulate your message clearly so the public can get some value from it.
That's amazing, Jay, and that's powerful. And that is something that Mo Rock at the Los Angeles Tribune, our CEO, really elevates partnership, collaboration, helping individuals get their story out there. So many synergies. And Jay, I know that you're on, but as I hear you speak, it just helps me think of the vision that our CEO Mo Rock has for the Los Angeles Tribune and the power of collaboration. We're here today speaking with you because we've collaborated with YB&NB to bring Black History Month's Inspirational Legacy, past, present, and future out here to our global audiences. So it's powerful. We admire the work that James Dentley does. He is a great leader, an inspirational voice, and a great motivator. And it's so great to hear your experiences that you've had with him and the work that you are doing. Roosevelt, I'd love to hand things back to you.
All right, and I also want to say I've been encouraged today by Mr. Johnson, and I'd like to also extend the opportunity for you to be able to speak and engage at our BizCon that's coming up. You'll get more details. That's Saturday, May 11th at the San Diego Convention Center. If your time permits in your schedule, I'd like for you to be able to wake up the legends in our network, sir, on our big stage. So we'll definitely be reaching out. It's a Young Black in Business benefit, but you definitely are a viable speaker that speaks to be remembered, sir, and I value that in you.
Well, thank you so much for the invitation. I tell you what, just like you were saying, Alicia, if it wasn't for Roosevelt, I wouldn't be here today. If it wasn't for Dr. Dentley, I wouldn't be here today. If it wasn't for Ms. Mora, I wouldn't be here today. So is those relationships, like you were saying in the beginning, that actually makes the difference in your life, that can open doors for you, but not just open the doors for you so you can go through them, but to open the doors from your heart so you can give to the other people so they can open the doors or walk through the doors that you've opened up for them as well. So thank you so much for allowing me to be here. I love the LA Tribune, Ava and Roosevelt, and you guys are my heroes. So I'm looking forward to working with you a little bit more in the future. And let's go, which means go be it, go do it so you can go have it. God bless.
God bless. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jay.
Yeah, that was powerful. That was powerful, Alicia.
Yes, it truly was. And, we're still going. We are just getting started. We are continuing with our broadcast today. But love what collaboration can do, the innovation and creativity, and the landscape it opens up when minds come together. We're big on collaboration and partnership at the Los Angeles Tribune. I know, Roosevelt, and the work that you're doing with YB&NB, that is essential to the fabric of your organization and how you continue to uplift all of those that you engage with. So I really just want to sit on that word. I think we've had so many impactful, powerful words, but collaboration sticks out today. Courage is another word that sticks out today. Awareness is another one that sticks out today. And the knowledge is truly power. So, Roosevelt, I would love to ask you to please introduce our next guest that's coming out, Miss Dree
Berry. Yeah. Big on collaboration. Miss Dree Berry is really big on collaboration and a uniter here. in our region, unite individuals from all type of demographics, from backgrounds, and having more than just social hours, but like connectivity pieces. And she's an instrumental leader in our region, Miss Dree Berry. Thank you for joining us this evening.
How you guys doing? Thank you for having me.
Oh, we're thankful for you to even be on to join, with us on this global platform. Again, we want to thank Mo Rock and the Los Angeles Tribune for, having this platform for us for Black History Month. That's on a global broadcast. So I had to bring some community pillars, some individuals that are passionate for the people. Really just wanted to stop right now and give you kudos for everything that you and your team has done for a lot of the flood victims. That took place here in SoCal. I definitely seen you out there personally, boots on the ground, feeding families, providing resources, just giving, that genuine smile, hugs, giving them that love. And so that's a big piece. But just a piece of your umbrella is you're a uniter.
Yeah.
You're really big on collaboration. So can you please share with the world just, who you are, what you do, and how to be contacted?
Okay. My name is Dree Berry. I'm the founder and visionary of San Diego Black Professionals. We connect Black professionals when they relocate or choose to visit the San Diego area. Because what I found, I've been here 25 years, that when you move to San Diego, it's a whole different environment. You don't see Black professionals as often as you do in other parts of the country, because I'm originally from Texas. So I bring Southern hospitality to Southern California. And I really enjoy it because we make enough money to live wherever we want as Black professionals. But if we don't have the connections, then we're not going to stay. So I realized if I can get to people within 6 months to 2 years of them moving to the San Diego area, it gives them a reason to stay. When they meet me, they're like, oh my God, I see Black people. And not just Black people, but Black people that's on the level with them. Like minds, hanging out together, getting to know each other, creating connections that no one can break. Even when they move out of the San Diego area, they're still connected to people within San Diego or people that moved in the same areas that they moved in. Because they might ask me, Dree, I'm moving to Houston. Dree, I'm moving to Texas. I'm moving to Arkansas. Wherever they're moving, they ask me my opinion as to where should they live and who should they talk to. And I know people all over the world, so I connect them with people that I know their personality fits with.
And that's the truth. I've seen that with my own eyes, making people like a welcome committee, like a hospitality committee, and that's great. Like you said, a lot of individuals wouldn't stay or move because they don't have that, that connectivity piece right there. So definitely want to give you your flowers. When did you identify that you had that in you to be, that you were like the queen of hospitality?
I've been like this my whole life. Even when I was in Texas, I've always been the go-between, the interface between management and regular employees. I've always been that face. I worked in information technology for years, and so I was the interface between the IT professionals and the desktop people. I taught desktop communications with them. So I've always been that person that can kind of break it down and loosen people up from being so into themselves or into their jobs, and realize that we're all human. And it takes all of us to make something happen. No one can do it alone.
That's right. That's right. I relate to you because my mother taught me that, one person can't stop change. However, one person can create change.
Exactly.
And just by you greeting individuals with a welcome smile and, hey, we have something for you to do, some resources for you, that's creating positive change in our region. That's providing environmental justice. That's an attraction here. So
thank you.
Just a big kudos. Alicia, I see you smiling. You looking like you want to be part of the welcome committee as well. Dree, we'll let Alicia share, but before you get off, I definitely want you to be able to share, how you can be contacted, how people can connect, with the Black professionals, and just yes. Alicia, did you have something you want to share?
Yeah, no, Dree, you just have such a great energy around you. I know we're in the digital space, but you can really feel your energy. What are ways that you have shifted the spaces that you've been in, maybe when they weren't as welcoming? And how did you bring yourself into that experience and almost like shift the energy, so to speak?
Well, when I moved here and when I got off the plane and the person that said, "Ma'am, can I help you with your bags?" didn't look like me, then I knew, because we're usually, as Black people, in the hospitality department and everywhere I've been across the country and across the world. So when I saw that, then I realized that because we have a lot of military people here, so that means people are coming and people are going, people don't connect as well. So what I did was I connected with everything that had melanin in their name: Black Chamber of Commerce, Urban League Young Professionals, National Society of Black Engineers, everything that had Black in their names. And I joined them and became the events chair for all of these different organizations, because in my opinion, they have a vision, they have a mission that means they have something that they have to do, and it's not letting down their hair and loosening their ties and enjoying what they've done. They're just always working to make that mission come true. So doing that, I felt like if I connected all these people and collaborated with all these people, then it would make them smile more. It would make them enjoy the mission statement that they chose to do more. So I even, at my church, I go to Greater Life Church, San Diego, and I'm the singles committee person there, because everyone needs to connect. Everyone needs to know that they're valuable. Like Janet Jackson says, everyone has the need to feel loved, to feel wanted. So I'm that person. I call myself the San Diego Welcome Wagon, the African American Welcome Wagon. If you want something to do, call me, because I create exclusive, exquisite experiences through San Diego, because there's so many things to do. I always say we pay for the sunshine, but people don't go out and enjoy the sunshine except me. So I enjoy it every single day that there's sunshine. And you can go on vacation in San Diego whenever you want, because we've been named the most expensive city in America to live in. So allow me to show you how to enjoy San Diego the way I do. And you can always reach out to San Diego Black Professionals with sdblackpros.com. Look us up, join our group, and you will not regret. All you will say is, I had fun. I met this person. I connected with this, with networking. I'm leaving. I'm going on vacations with people that I met through San Diego Black Professionals. I even have people that go out and enjoy taking care of people's children, because everyone needs a break. So San Diego Black Professionals is the group that allows you to enjoy yourself, be yourself, and enjoy the world that you live in.
And I definitely could testify to that as well. Dree, one thing that I may want to do with you is a team up, so we can have a Black People's Meet at our BizCon that's coming up May 11th. You know, we're gonna have
like something for us.
We got the mezzanine, the sunset, we got the bar, and and they can also elevate in business as well. Exactly. You got the welcome wagon. Let's bring them to the palm trees and the sea breeze right there.
Because what people don't understand is you can network wherever you go. It doesn't have to be an official networking event to network, because you still have a business to deal with. You still have things, and you have business and people. That's called networking to me. And that's what all of our counterparts do. They network on the golf course. They network at brunches. They network in the elevators, which reason we have elevator speeches. You network wherever you go. So you choose to exert yourself and be fun when you're doing it. It pulls people in. When you go into with them, nothing but business, they're like, can I just take a drink? I don't want to deal with all that right now. But if you take a drink with them and then have a business conversation, you'll get closer to them.
When's a next event? Something that we can support, or what can we advertise?
I'm doing a happy hour at the new Maple Farms. Marble Maple Farms is in Seaport Village. It's going to be the third Friday in March. So that's what I'm working on right now. So It's a lot of things coming down the pipe. We're about to take a train ride to Oceanside and go to a Black tea business, so we can enjoy ourselves on the way down. Enjoy tea, don't have to worry about parking, and then come back. So we're always trying to do something fun.
Very nice, very nice, very nice. And please share with us your handles again, and then we'll close us out with some words of encouragement.
Okay. It's San Diego sdblackpros.com. You can look us up on Facebook, Instagram, and you always, if you be a friend, you will collect a friend. So whenever you realize that you don't have friends, look at yourself and see how you're approaching people. Always approach people with respect, confidence, and kindness, and I promise you'll get it in return. Thanks for having me. This is Dree Berry, San Diego Black Professionals.
That's right, Dree. Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you so much, Drew. It's a pleasure hearing about the energy and spirit that you bring. And you know, the welcoming spirit is huge because you never know who you're going to impact. You never know how you're going to bring someone into community and then encourage them to continue to create community. And a welcome can hurt an experience. It can hurt help an experience. It can hurt an experience. So thank you for all that you do, Drew, and thank you for joining us here today.
You're welcome. Have a great day. Thanks, Roosevelt, for having me.
Big love, Dree. We'll be in touch. Definitely inspired. And when I say Dree and her network got it going on, that right there is an understatement. It's a great way for folks to mix and mingle in a mature state. You know, you don't have to go to a nightclub, be out in the open. You can just everywhere. You see their activities, they travel. It's a great group, and Dree's a great person. So please connect with Dree Berry. So yes, Alicia, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Roosevelt. How are you doing? Roosevelt, you were just talking about your BizCon conference. It's going to be on May 11th at the San Diego Convention Center. Please, for viewers that are just tuning in that might not have heard you talk about BizCon earlier today, please share with our audience a little bit more about BizCon and what y'all will be doing on May 11th, which is just an extension of all of the work that you do for the YB&NB community.
Oh, yeah, for sure. If you want to make more connections and get more clients and get more money, you want to be at BizCon 2024 at the San Diego Convention Center, Saturday, May 11th. This is our third annual convention. If you heard of BizCon, we're doing it in the same venue at the San Diego Convention Center. So we have space and opportunity for speakers, for vendors, exhibitors. If you want to be able to be a vendor, if you want to be a sponsor, if you want to just come and market with us at the mezzanine, because May 12th is Mother's Day. So if you want to come to our marketplace on the mezzanine and get some trinkets and gifts for your family, for your mom, for your loved ones, that's going to be the place to be. We're expecting over 1,000 attendees. So this is the place that you want to be. We're doing business to business. We're doing business with consumers, and we're doing business with the government. So you don't want to miss this extravaganza. When I say we're going to have a mastermind on the mezzanine, get excited. Okay, this is our third annual BizCon, and you don't want to miss it. We have this year, our theme is technology and innovation. So we're helping early emerging entrepreneurs go from 0 to 100 real quick in the tech field. You know, Black is the new tech. We want them to be digitally healthy. We want them to be able to ride the digital tsunami. So we'll have Intuit, a Coinbase. We'll have companies that's going to help individuals scale their business, like ClickUp. That's one of our partners this year. You know, that's one of our partners, ClickUp. It's a software company. San Diego, our region, SoCal, it's a mecca for software. So we're having these industries come on down and give us the guidance to help us scale our business in technology and innovation. And you can go to joinybnb.com for more information. That's joinybnb.com for more information. Or you can give me a call directly at 619-665-3031. If you want to become a speaker, we have speaking space available. We'll send you our call for papers. If you want to be a vendor, we have a vendor link that we can send you. If you want to be an exhibitor, we're going to have 4 main stages, and we actually have 4 breakout rooms. We're going to have 2 DJs, and we're going to have approximately 18 speakers. Every other hour, we're going to have a speaker on the main stage. If you want to be on the big stage, give me a call at 619-665-3031. That's BizCon 2024. And we want to thank the Los Angeles Tribune for being our media partner. So get excited, get involved, but get connected. If I may say, you may hear us say how we tie big knots together. What that means is individually, we're threads. When we come together, we make a rope. When we do business together, we form a knot. So we want to tie big knots. We want to tie big knots. We pass the rope down and we use the knots as leverage. And that's how we pull ourselves up. So doing business together is tying knots. If you're a realtor, find a loan officer. If you're a loan officer and a realtor, find an appraiser. Let's do business together. If you're a plumber, get with a carpenter. If you're a carpenter and a plumber, get with a painter. Let's do business with each other. Those are tying knots. That's doing business with each other. So that's the phrase that pays. That's the mindset that we're taking for the next 100 years for our legacy, doing business with each other, having a legacy trust, a family trust. Okay? That's how we're going to have generational wealth, vertical integration, and group economics. So get excited again. We want to thank the Los Angeles Tribune and Mo Rock for this platform. for us to be able to have diversity, equity, and inclusion. We've been out here all day. And look, we could do it again tomorrow, okay, if you wanted us to, because we have stories, we have testimonies, and we have individuals, and everyone in business deserves recognition.
Yes. One more time for the people in the back. Everyone in business deserves recognition. It is not an easy feat, and that is why we come together as community, as co-collaborators to create together. Roosevelt, you shared so much about the YB&B community. We've had so many YB&B members join the stage today. You were talking to us about BizCon. What is a moment that you've experienced while you've been a driving force that behind YB&B that has maybe changed where you're going next? Or what is something that you didn't expect to experience when you started YB&B that you've experienced that's kind of changed the direction or momentum of your great organization?
Global partners, global subscribers. So we're a subscription-based network. So when I first started Young Black in the Business, I had the blockbuster mentality. Everybody was a member. I had over about 1,000 members. Then I noticed Blockbuster went out of business. I better change my mental philosophy and be like Netflix and get subscribers. So when I got subscribers, I was able to see who was with me and who really wasn't with me. And even if a person puts a value on any type of membership or anything, on a bottle of water or anything, they feel like they're bought into the mission and the ideology. So then that's when I started seeing a real network form. And now I'm excited to say we have today 121 subscribers on a global scale. And these are individuals that are actually tying knots together, working with each other, that are hungry for opportunity. And these are individuals that have the power to not only be able, but be available. And what I mean by that, attend our events, like our gala, like our partnership with the San Diego Padres, like our BizCon. These are individuals that submit an intake form. These are individuals that are reliable, that you can count on, that are doing viable business. So now I have this subscription list. Now we're making sure that everyone is not only doing business with each other and submits an intake form. Now we know we have data on these particular individuals. So now we know how to pair them. So now our motto is not only tying knots, but making our long journey your shortcut. So when you join our organization, you get a business banker, you get to be on certain podcasts, features, you get to be certain face, you get to be a face in a high place. But not only do you get to be in our private groups and have esoteric information, you get opportunity. And with opportunity comes the unlimited amount of success. I'll say that again for the people in the back. With opportunity comes the unlimited amount of success. I'll give another critical success factor while I have your attention. Be consistent, because consistency is the key to the combination. Once you're consistent, you become predictable. Like when people see Roosevelt, I use myself as an example, they may see me with a rose because I'm consistent. So they could predict that. Predictability leads to trust. We can trust a person with our subscription. We could trust a person with a mission and a vision. The trust leads to opportunity. Opportunity leads to unlimited amount of success. So be consistent. That'll be predictable. That will lead to trust. The trust will lead to opportunity. And with opportunity comes an unlimited amount of success. So I had to first show the people that I could be consistent. That's the key to the combination. And you definitely have to have a vision. Where are you taking the people? What's your 100-year plan? And like I always share, we do have a plan. And our plan is to be able to have commercial real estate that we could lease out to other early emerging entrepreneurs. So they could be able to have maker space. And so we can lease out space so they can have maker space with a parking lot so they can practice group economics. Because your purchasing power leads to political power, and your political power leads to environmental justice. So thank you very much. We got Coach Biz coming on up here. I was able to ask some fillers. This is one of my coach right here, a health and wellness coach. But Coach Biz, man, wide and far, sir. And I first just want to say that to you, sir. I didn't know how trustworthy you were and reliable around our region. Once I told them about you, Coach Biz, everybody knew about you. You definitely solid as a rock. And you've been my health and wellness coach now for about 3 weeks now. So I pretty much want you to let everybody know about the gym opportunities and some health and fitness tips.
Well, I really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. I've been in the business well over 2 decades, and I absolutely love what I do. And I'm even more proud to be part of this network. But just let me introduce myself really quick. My name is Coach Biz. I run BizFit Training Academy, and it's down in Point Loma, Mission Bay, in beautiful sunny San Diego. I've been there around 7 years now. Actually, it'll be 7 years in April. So pretty much 7 years. And I ran into Roosevelt at one of my shows. I actually also play. I'm a musician as well. So totally different subject, but I play music, and I met him at one of my shows, and he just completely blew me away. So we exchanged information, and he came in, and the rest is history. I've been doing this for quite some time. I have a great curriculum. I teach health, wellness, nutritional guidance. I also teach mobility. I teach boxing in my gym. I also teach Muay Thai, kickboxing, weight training, weight loss, weight control. It's pretty much a one-stop shop at my gym. And like I said, I've been doing it for quite some time.
Yes, sir. So what got you to the healthy lifestyle? Were you always Coach Biz? Was you always fit and solid, or did you have to overcome?
I wasn't always as in shape as I look today, but I have always implemented some type of exercise in my daily life. And I would reiterate that how important it is for people to eat right, mainly just drink a lot of water, eat right, and have a regular exercise regimen in your life. It will add years and decades to your life.
That's right. What advice can you give to someone that's just starting out? I'll share for my personal experience. When I came to the gym, you said, Roosevelt, let's just start working on your core first, and everything start coming in place. Do you have any advice for individuals that need more movement in their life?
Yeah, one thing I would recommend off of that, Roosevelt, is to start off with your core. Start off with something that's very simple, very easy to do, but very challenging as well. And once your core starts to get strong, it won't take very long. You'll start to be able to add other muscles, such as your shoulders, arms, and legs, because they're all connected to the core. But once you have a strong core, the sky's the limit. You'll be able to do all kinds of things with a strong core. So yeah, that's what I would really recommend for someone who is just starting out working out. Just start on your core, and get your heart beating fast. Try to do 45 minutes each time. Try to do it like 3 days a week. But the first thing a person needs to do, I would really recommend drinking 1 gallon of water a day if you already are not doing that, because that will be at least 60% of your body's transformation getting it started.
Thank you, Coach. You talking to me right now. I don't know if nobody else even hear all this about the water and the exercising. You talking directly to me right now. So thank you. Can you please let us know about your phenomenal gym, and how folks can be able to get coached by Coach Biz?
Yeah, absolutely. So my gym is located in sunny San Diego. It's at 4030 Sports Arena Boulevard. And that's San Diego, California, and the zip code is 92110. For all you people out there that want to come down, you'll all get a free 3 workout session package from me. And you're also getting a free meal plan. Anyone that hits me up, and you can contact me the easiest on Instagram at Biz, and that's BIZZ _fit SB. SB stands for San Diego, of course, where I'm located. So hit me up, send me a DM. I have so many different types of videos that can teach you really quick on you have to just start working out. And you can follow me. I post every single day. So you're gonna find something nutritional, physical, or just even inspirational for yourself. And I really take good pride in my content. So it's always going to be something educational for you. So you can check, you can start there, or you can just, like I said, you can DM me, set up an appointment, come on down in there, and I'll get you guys in shape.
Hey, thank you, Coach. Thank you, Coach. Again, thank you for being patient with me, but still being stern. And I've been following my regimen, sir, and I feel great today because of you, Coach.
Oh yeah, thank you for hiring me, and trusting me with your fitness. I really appreciate that. And like I told you, I'm committed to transforming that body in 90 days. And anybody else that's out there, also I want to add, all the people that are part of our network, you get free free workouts, and you get a free meal plan. Again, I want to repeat that. So come on in, take advantage of it. And this meal plan will last you a whole month and even longer. You keep switching the foods around, and it's detailed all the way down to the grocery list. So everything's all the way set there for you. All you got to do is walk through that door and hit me up, and I got you.
All right, thanks, Coach. We'll definitely follow up with you. We appreciate you for joining us today.
All right.
Thank you so much, Coach Biz. And
thank you. I really appreciate you guys for having me.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yep, and I see we got the CEO here that's joining with us.
The one and only, Mo Rock. Hello, Mo. How are you?
Wow, this has been such a wonderful journey. Quick tech check, since this is a live program, and we've had some tech issues as with many live programs. Can you hear me, Roosevelt?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
We can hear you, Mo. Mo, we just want to say thank you so much.
Beautiful. Well, I've been taking so many notes, and I just want to take a quick second. And we've had a lot of people around the nation not just give positive feedback, but also for those that may not know, a lot of people around the nation have had different issues with the internet today. Today, of course, as we record this program, it is February 22nd, 2024, and the country is facing national issues with all sorts of different Wi-Fi and internet problems. So for some of the guests that have had issues today, we want to thank them for being patient and making this live program possible, because we here at the Los Angeles Tribune believe nothing matches a live program. And so instead of having everything pre-recorded and put in a perfectly built box, we're raw, but we're real here at the Los Angeles Tribune. And so it's my pleasure again to make another appearance here. And I want to thank the YB&NB community that has been instrumental, not just for this program, but also for the community of San Diego. What Roosevelt Williams has put together as a visionary is truly something that we should all model our businesses and our mindset after, because leadership is not about being the boss. Leadership is about producing other leaders. And if you want to make the world a better place, you do that by producing other leaders that produce other leaders and create a domino effect and create a reverberation effect. Without a reverberation of good deeds, without a reverberation of good thoughts, nothing positive can happen on this planet. And so leadership is about building other leaders. And YB&NB does such an incredible job of doing that. And, in the several years, Alicia and Roosevelt, that I've had the honor of being the steward of this brand, I'll say that today, working with YB&NB and putting together this event here for Black History Month has been by far my proudest day as CEO. Seeing Dr. Shirley Weber, the Secretary of State, speak with Roosevelt Williams, speak with Alicia, speak about the next generation of leaders, and to have that a moment in time that we all experienced here was truly something that did my heart glad. And it's my pleasure to be here. And Alicia and Roosevelt, I think the two of you are doing a 24-hour straight live marathon, right? Did I read the notes correctly? Are you two going 24
Something
hours
like
straight?
Yes, sir. You know, we do it for the team. We do it for the
do
ones that
it.
came before us. You
You
know,
know.
and we thank you for the platform to be on, to be able to share the past, the present, and future. Yes, sir.
It's been so energizing to be here speaking with amazing individuals across so many areas of life, doing so much, creating impact. It's a testament to the spaces that you are creating, Mo. And so we thank you for being innovative, for being a pioneer, and being a visionary leader, and creating the spaces for teachers and leaders to come together, individuals to come and learn from each other, creating opportunities for collaboration. It was remarkable to hear so many speakers that came on the stage today talk about how they wanted to connect with another speaker that they heard come on before them. That's just a testament to the space that you're creating. It's a testament to one of Roosevelt's phrases that I'm really loving and learning to really adopt here, which is tying the knots together. But it's a testament to that work. And so, Mo, we really want to take this time to honor you and to thank you for creating the spaces, and to thank you for the mission, for outlining the mission and the vision for the Los Angeles Tribune, to really put out stories that inspire, uplift, educate, and empower individuals. And I want to add in there, inspire individuals to collaborate, because that's what it's truly about to move forward. So,
Well, Alicia, in closing, because the internet is not working very well for me, so I can't. I heard about half of what you said, so hopefully you can hear me. But I received the compliment, and I want to thank you. And I want to remind the folks that I'm just an ordinary man that is lucky enough to be surrounded by extraordinary people, extraordinary leaders like Alicia and Roosevelt. And when you're around extraordinary people, sometimes their extraordinary attributes can rub off on you a little bit. And so as an ordinary man with extraordinary friends, I'm truly humbled and honored and thankful for the team that we have, the partners that we have. And I'm real excited because I believe that this program today, the best is yet to come. I know we're here, we're about to close out in the next hour or two. And I know that Alicia and Roosevelt have saved the best for last when it comes to powerful, insightful, and world-changing leaders. So I'm going to step back and have my colleagues close out the remainder of the day. I want to remind folks to join us at BizCon 2024. I see a lot of folks in the virtual auditorium: David Jones, Goldilocks, Timothy Allen, and I hope to see everyone at BizCon 2024. BizCon 2023 is where we had a public press conference that was covered by the press, and many dignitaries and city council members were there, where we announced our diversity and media initiative, the first of its kind in the history of newspapers here in the United States to do such an initiative with a nonprofit organization like YB&NB. And here we are 1 year later, seeing that promise come into fruition, seeing those words come into reality, seeing what I call business alchemy. When you can take something from the invisible and make it visible, that's magic. You see, a lot of people don't believe in magic, but magic happens every day. Magic happens when you take a thought and turn it into an action that results in an outcome. And so here at the Los Angeles Tribune, we love to practice magic. And what you've seen today is magic. And it's truly been one of the proudest days to see this come into fruition. And I'm going to step back, and I just cannot thank Alicia and Roosevelt enough. I think they might have identical twins. I don't know how they're doing it, but they're doing it.
Yeah, I do it for the love of the people. That's how I'm doing it. I'm giving them all I got, my blood, sweat, and my tears a day. Black History Month, but we'll do it all the year long. We'll do it tomorrow, right, Alicia? We'll do it tomorrow if we had to.
We do love a bonus day, but no, it's like Roosevelt said, just speaking and hearing individual stories, it's so energizing. And so you all, our guests, are who keep us going, what is keeping this broadcast going. And with that, we want to thank Mo Rock for joining us, and we'd love to move on to our next beautiful speakers that we'll be bringing onto the stage. So we're going to start with, we have Miss Black California, talented teen, Miss Zoe, joining us on the stage. We also have Antina Campbell and we have Gwen Bates joining us today. Hello, ladies. How are you doing today?
Great. It's really an honor to be here. I want to just first say thank you for Young Black and in Business, Roosevelt Williams, and the LA Tribune for giving me this opportunity to be here and to speak about what I love about pageantry and how it's not just about beauty and brains, and just having me be here for this powerful platform, because it is truly about legacy. And I just would like to and pave the way for everyone else to come and just change the narrative about pageantry.
That's right. That made my day right there. It really did. As as me also being a title holder, but seeing the next generation be articulate and just have posture and show up with grace. That right there made me smile. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. We also have two other guests right here, Tina Campbell, and then we have Gwendolyn Bates. Fashion Week San Diego. I'm saying it right, Gwen. Fashion Week San Diego. Fashion Week San Diego. So yes, and then so pretty much Gwen, please share who you are and what you do, and then Ms. Campbell will go to you, and then we'll just go over the umbrella and how you pretty much are able to identify these title holders and get them active about service.
And Gwen, can you please unmute yourself so we can all hear you? Thank you so much.
All right. Okay. Well, right now,
we'll give Gwen a moment to come back on stage. And Tina, would love for you to further introduce yourself and share more about the work that you're doing as the Miss Black California USA Director.
Hi, everyone out there. Thank you. I'm gonna just piggyback off what my Miss Black California talented team, as Zoe said. First and foremost, we just want to thank you for this platform, Young Black and in Business and the Los Angeles Tribune. Roosevelt Williams has supported the Miss Black USA and the Miss Black California organization since, oh my goodness, like 2018, I believe. So we really appreciate him and his team just rallying behind us. I am the California director, the Arizona director, and the Minnesota director for the Miss Black USA Scholarship Pageant that's been around for 36 years. And it's a scholarship pageant we do with providing scholarships, full ride scholarships to HBCU schools, as well as community service. Every young lady that is a part of this organization has some platform, whether it's mental health awareness, whether it's environmental changes, whether it's eating disorders, foster care. The stories behind the women that are carrying the crown for a year and thereafter, even alumni, are amazing. Their platforms are amazing. So I'm honored to be a director and just be a guide for them. As I stated before, I have 3 states. And there are 3 divisions in the pageant. There is a teen division, which our Miss Zoe is speaking on tonight, and that's ages 14 to 18. Then there's the MISS, the MISS division, which is 19 to 25. And then I also have the Ms., which is the married or the unmarried with kids or without kids from 26 to 45. So it's an empowering experience working with these young Black women from 14 to 45, helping them be the best version of themselves. And as Ms. Zoe said, we are not a beauty pageant. We are a beauty pageant when it talks beauty within, redefining what beauty looks like, all shapes, sizes, and colors. And one of my strongest missions is to change the trajectory of what the world sees pageantry as, this beauty pageant, looking at only the skin deep, but the girls who are in pageants across the world, there's over 500 pageants across the world. What the world doesn't see is the community service, the work, and all that they put into being, who they are. So platforms like this gives us an opportunity. My other push is to make sure that, the Black community gets behind my queens and supports them, the fathers, the uncles, these are women, but we need our fathers, we need our uncles, we need our brothers. This is a sport like any other sport. get on those stadiums and cheer these young ladies on, support them mentally, physically, financially, spiritually, most importantly. Yeah, and that's what Roosevelt has done, got behind these queens. Last year, he had my queen be part of the Juneteenth flag, and we're in Los Angeles, but these queens represent the entire state of California. My Ms. lives out in Oakland, so we'll be in Oakland in 2 days, and we'll be in Palm Springs in a couple of days. So we travel all over California, just speaking. We are currently recruiting for the 2025, division, and again, it's enriching. And the good thing about all of it is that these are lifelong commitments to these young ladies. They reign for a year, they serve in their community for a year, but based off of their experience, they come back and they give. I can call on many of my alumni and say, hey, we're having a women's tea. Can you come support? Or, hey, I need you to work with my new teen or my current queens, support them and everything. And they're right there. Like Mrs. Zoe said, we'll be headed to DC in August. And that experience, those 6 days that they're there with other states will change their life. They're ambassadors for the 400 Years of African American History Commission, and that's out of DC. And it's Miss Karen, who is the founder, pours a lot into these women, and she expects her directors to do so. So I'm honored to be one of the directors.
That's right, Ms. Campbell. We definitely have Gwen back and Miss Lori Jefferson. So I want to have Gwen be able to share herself because she went off, and then Miss Jefferson, you can come in and pretty much. I would like you to pretty much quarterback, like about a 5 to 7 minute conversation between Gwen and Miss Campbell and the title holder, if you like, because what you do is amazing as being like a talent agency and a talent agent. So I know you can identify the talent. So we'll go with Gwen introduction, and then we'll follow with you, Lori, and then we'll let you pretty much quarterback it for about 5 to 7 minutes.
Sure thing.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't know what happened there. I'm usually a little tech savvy, but thank you so much for having us here. It's always an honor. So we are super happy to be here to be sharing tonight. But my name's Gwen Bates, and so I'm the executive director of Fashion Week San Diego. Fashion Week San Diego has been in San Diego for 17 years. I came on as a new owner and director in 2019, and we've been paving the way ever since with really deep roots in the community. And so what we really do best is we're a brand accelerator for emerging designer brands, established brands, even some local celebrity brands. And we're not just San Diego, but we are international as well. So 50% of our designers are from other states or other countries. And so we are also the only binational fashion week in the world, which means we have very strong ties to Tijuana. So diversity is something that we do very well, and a way that we actually take that a little bit further with our company is by having a diversity cultural event for designers. And so that's a program that we have that we're super proud of that really speaks to diversity in different sectors of underserved communities here in San Diego. The YB&NB with Roosevelt has been a really big success for us, at least being able to showcase that we even have a program like this known to a fashion week. We are the regional fashion week. So we've been here, like I said, 17 years. So we're the longest standing and largest independently owned and operated on the West Coast. And a lot of people don't know that. And I'm pretty sure it's because, when you think of San Diego, you think of flip-flops, T-shirts, jersey shorts. But we definitely have those luxury pockets here. And we go really hard for our designers, our sponsors, our brands, and we really try and make a loud ruckus when we're in the community. And we operate all year long. So we're not just a fashion week. We are a fashion year. But by proclamation in the city of San Diego, the first week of October is Fashion Week San Diego forever in San Diego County. So we try and have our actual official runways on that date. But you will find us all year long operating in the community.
And you do a phenomenal job at that. I'll tell you that. Miss Jefferson, Lori.
Right. Yes. Hello, everybody.
Hello, we rocking.
That's right. That's how we have to do it. We rock together. That's what we do. It's together thing, right? Okay. We go further together, should I say, right?
That's right.
Yes. So I am Lori Jefferson. I am the owner of all-in-one talent agency that I just launched it last year, and I really didn't know how much I had to put into it. So I'm still launching, should I say. But I am coming from the model world and the acting world, and I know what I went through, and what I wanted to do was start a company to make sure that my actors, my models, and I will say majority of people of color, because like I said, I know what I went through and what we still go through. Not a safer place, but an established place that we can get further along in the industry, and we are treated equally. So I am, like I said, the owner of that, and I'm just getting started. But it is for the modeling, acting. I take any age from birth all the way up to 199 if you're still here. So, and I even deal with disability and everything because I get calls in regards to that. But in the fashion part of it, with you, and also with Miss Campbell. But as far as the industry is concerned, and there is a difference between the pageants and the modeling part of it. I will want to ask a few questions, after we get Miss Campbell, because I believe you already spoke and introduced yourself. I wasn't on because, of course, once again, I'm not tech savvy, but but I had to re-download everything. But to get into it just a little bit more here really fast, Gwen, with you saying that, the versatility, you guys, how important is that? Because it's not just, people of color. You guys grow and you are further along. How important is that, showing that we are, versatile, like you bringing in, the Latinos and things like that? How important is that to show that?
It's extremely important. So, one thing that we really look for, just the numbers alone speak for themselves. So, only 3% of, I can speak for African American, only 3% of African American own any type of interest in fashion businesses. Otherwise, we are just the consumers of it. So, it's very important that we do have some ownership in these type of industries instead of just consuming. And it's not just for, I just want to be an owner, but more for legacy as well. So we're actually teaching generational businessmen and women, entrepreneurs, as well as revenue growth. But we also work with what the Small Business Act deems socially impacted. And so what we're seeing in the industry, those impacted groups are Hispanic, Native American. It's really, tough to find those brands that are in the fashion space, as well as Pacific Islander, and as well as African American. So for us, it's actually very important that San Diego being a melting pot, that we actually make more of an intentional effort to have a platform where we can actually onboard these small business owners. And, it doesn't just, this program is always changing. So when we started our diversity program to bring them onto the main stage, to get them that exposure that they wouldn't ordinarily get otherwise, because usually price is a resistance. It's a pain point for a lot of brands, which is why a lot of times we don't see a lot of minority brands. But when we started that, we realized that it extends more to everybody who is a creative than just the designers. So this program is always changing, because we know that our talent too, our models, they want to be in certain, have certain opportunities within this organization as well. And then it extends right down to the military community, with some of our transitioning military that are coming in and actually doing creative jobs. And so a lot of times doing creative jobs, it's like being a struggling artist. So just being able to be intentional about finding funding for these groups of people just throughout our year, it's a very high importance. And I can't stress enough that we need to have a little bit more ownership in the fashion space. It is incredibly low. And I don't think it's on the increase. I believe it's declining. So I do know a big barrier to entry is the costing of it all and just running a business successfully. So So we're intentional to try and lift that burden through getting funding and just being really intentional in San Diego, if that's where we can start first. But that program actually is built to extend beyond San Diego to other fashion weeks that have these brands, but they're like, but they can't put them through. Then they can come to us and we can potentially write a grant for them to get them shown in New York or in LA. So it's not just us that has this problem. It's a lot of them. We want to put these designers through, but we also need the revenue to actually run these events. And a lot of times, a lot of designers get shelved until they can come back or they save up. So hopefully we are helping, but it is very, very important. And it's definitely on the top of our list of to-do things, always be improving on this program.
Okay. And then, so, and with that part of it, for instance, Miss Campbell, with pageants, I know pageants are different, than just, they're a little different. So, but we still have to have funding. And they actually have to go through a process, each stages to get to where they're going, so what more can we do on this side, on the outside, as far as helping, as far as with these pageants, with our beautiful, young women that are coming up into these pageants? What is it that we can do more of so we can succeed a little better with these? Because we're trying to get them ready for even the bigger ones, as far as, Miss USA or whatever the case may be. What is it that we can do for us to help along with that?
Right. And just to be clear, Miss Black USA is one of the things for our people. So
it is for us. Yes,
for
absolutely. Us. Right. And we do compete in Miss USA.
Absolutely.
Right.
One thing is I wanted to reiterate that a lot of the young women that come through this, the pageantry system already, or to I would say 80% already have some form of modeling experience there. I mean, one of the prize I know on the Miss USA side, as well as Miss Black USA, one of the prizes the girls win is a modeling contract with one of the top modeling agencies for Miss USA, like in the world. So they are already modeling. I know when we talked about there being different, there is a difference with modeling on stage for fashion versus modeling for pageantry. And one thing that I do as a director when I bring in trainers to work with the girls is to train them both ways. Train them to walk the runway for your gown and your for pageantry, because the other flip side that you compete one day, but through your reign or through your preparation, if you're the state pageant, you're involved in all kind of events throughout the year. You're involved in, I seek out fashion shows for them to be, walk in. One, to get the experience of just being on stage, because fashion and modeling is acting.
Correct.
And all of that goes hand in hand. So it gets comfortable. You have to have confidence, right?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
all of that helps. And so sometimes it's a little challenging to get the pageant girls in these events, because the fashion world looks at them, oh, they're pageant girls. Not really understanding that they are also models. They really, to be totally honest, they're in the pageant, but their dream behind that is to be a model or be acting or singing or be doctors or lawyers or whatever that may be. But again, it helps with their confidence. It helps them, with understanding when you have that piece of that gown on, that it's about, that technique or that fitness outfit, that technique. Sell me one with your confidence, but sell me that fitness. Why should I go buy that fitness outfit?
Right.
So it's all about, to answer your question, the one thing that we would help is just having designers and producers who put on these fashion shows understand that it's bigger than just being a pageant girl. Most of those girls want the experience, and there is schools, but there's no school like acting school, music school to be a model. Now, you just kind of gotta get out there and, you watch YouTube, you practice on your own, and you got to get out there and start hitting the pavement and getting into some of these modeling shows, to get the experience and to become that top model. I mean, there used to be schools. I don't know if Barbizon and all of them are still existing, but I know when my daughter went to Barbizon, your experience is right there on stage, and so that's the best experience. And then to network and partner with more seasoned models and designers. And that's where I guess that the answer to that question is just being able to help and say, hey, we got some fashion shows, even if it's one walk, and, to get the girls in and get them exposed to building confidence. Because again, what I'm doing is I take the girls, some of them are not, this is their first time ever being in a pageant.
Wow, yeah.
And they join for various reasons. Some join simply for the competition because they want to win, but some join to help build their self-esteem, to help be able to be a better speaker, to network, and they're working with something within themselves. So putting them in different events like this or fashion will help them build their confidence. And when they, they're not necessarily looking to win the title. They're just looking to win the journey, because the win is in the journey.
In the journey, correct.
Really in the journey. So I try to put them around many strong women like yourself in the industry. I also work in the entertainment industry and expose them, because there's a lot of lessons that come with that. When you're going to a casting call, you got to be on time. There's competition.
Absolutely.
They're learning about that. There's a certain look. I was with my Minnesota queens who have never been in a pageant, right?
Yes.
So we had our first photo shoot, and they didn't have. I was like, okay, it's called a modeling bag because there's you need to have your pasties. You need to have
everything. Correct. Everything you should
you
have.
need to have your for certain underwear. And they was like, I was like, yeah, it's the same thing for pageantry. You go to photo shoots, you should have that model bag. So things like that. Helping them understand it's not just going to be something you'll use for pageantry. You'll use this throughout your entire life.
Okay, and that's right. So y'all make sure y'all listening to all of this wonderful information. But I do want to get to you, my beautiful black little queen over there. I have something to ask you real quick, and just give me some insight, because this is a journey that you are taking, and I just want you to give some advice from the journey, from your experiences. What is some advice that you can give, rather it was from someone else or some advice that you now have for other, young ladies that's getting into pageants and things like that, since you've been there and some experiences from what you experienced? What is some advice you can give? And that is for you. Yes, it is, Zoe.
So I've been in pageants since I'm 5 years old, and this really helped me form the positive mindset of what it means to be a young black girl in America and how to be confident in myself, especially since I go to a predominantly other school and I'm in different environments all the time. And through this system, one thing I remember throughout my whole life is called CAP, which means confidence, awareness, pride. And to break that down, it means to be confident in who you are, aware of your surroundings, and grounded in what you have to do to achieve your goals, and have pride in who you are and pride in your blackness, and that just know you are beautiful and that your dreams and anything you want to do is possible and capable.
Perfect. Yes, absolutely. And real quick, and I know we're talking about fashion, and I just want to put this out there.
On that?
Yes. And real quick, so I want to put this out there, since we are speaking fashion, and it's not just fashion with clothing. I just want to say something else to everyone out there, that be aware of how you dressed your mental. So, because everything that we do, it has stages, it has ups and downs. And one thing I have noticed lately is that our mental is so important. So that is also a fashion thing, as far as I'm concerned, because we have to dress it. We have to think about what we're going to put on that day, or put on in our mind that day, to get through that day. So I want to just put that out there real quick, to make sure that we are still dressing our mental in a fashion way, and it's all good. And I want to, thank everybody for coming on. And Roosevelt, did you have anything else you would like to say? Because I want to thank everybody, and I want to thank, the Tribune and everything for having us and giving us this, segment that we were able to, do. So Roosevelt, anything for you? Because this is part of you too.
I really
thank you too, sir.
Yeah, I'll be 15 seconds, and I'll give it back to you, Lori, and then we'll pass it to Alicia. Really, just to sit back and see all you queens represented at a high level, is a blessing for me. And I want to get my daughter so she can see young Zoe, represent at a high level. And Lori, I like how you quarterback the whole scene, but so I was able just to be a ShamWow and just soak it all up. I can smell the cocoa butter, from here on everybody. But blessings, great segment. Lori, please share, and then when you're complete, just give it to Alicia to conclude.
Yes. Well, and just completing with that, with you too, and I just want you to give a little advice also, each and every one of you, since Zoe already did. Give a piece of advice starting, go ahead, Gwen, give a little piece of advice for, the industry out there and for those people out there in the industry that's trying to get into the industry and how the fashion world is. Just a little
And
advice for some girls.
and I would you say this? We are coming to the conclusion of the segment.
Yes.
So when you do give your solution or your piece of advice, just give us one breath. Breathe deep. Give us one breath.
That's it.
I like that, Roosevelt.
Right.
I'll make it quick.
So come in and then bring it out. Yeah.
Yeah, my best piece of advice is be ready to work hard. If you are a brand and you are ready to make this a business, then step into a fashion week. If you're a brand and you're working your business as a hobby, don't touch it because it's a lot of money and a lot of work if you're not ready for the hard work that lies ahead to really work hard. And so resiliency is key, and always planning and just knowing that no matter what happens, just don't give up, because this road in fashion is filled with a lot of failures, but a lot of learning lessons in those failures that you can actually use to propel you forward if you don't give up. It's a hard road, but it can be done.
All right. Thank you so much. And Ms. Campbell?
I would just say support our Black queens. Go to www.missblackcaliforniausa.org and support them in any way. It is an expensive journey. So they're always out looking for help and support, and mentally, physically, and financially. And it's a hard journey. You have to be really willing to do the work as well.
Right.
Period.
Yeah. And then what I'll say is that, with that support, but there is people out there that will help you. Just so you know. And mine is to stay true to yourself. You trust me, you're gonna go further along when you're true to self. You'll see. You'll love it. I'm telling you. Because I had to get outside my box or turn around and say I got to be true to myself. So just be true to self, okay? So I appreciate everybody coming in, and have to give my big ups to the Los Angeles Tribune and YB&NB. So back to you, Miss Alicia. It's your turn. We're all done here. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank
you. Great job, Lori.
Thank you.
Great job. I think you're on mute. Alicia, first time all day. You did a phenomenal job all day.
Right, I think you're on mute.
Still phenomenal.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Yeah,
Oh,
can you hear me now?
yes.
Amazing. First tech glitch of the day. I'm here for it. There has been a big wireless outage all across the country, as Mo mentioned earlier today. So to all of you that have been tuning in, to all of you that have been speaking today, thank you. We know that we are live and tech issues do come up. But Lori, thank you so much for leading that segment. Zoe, you are such a force. It was such a pleasure hearing from you, sharing CAP, sharing all that you've been doing since you were 5 years old. You exude confidence. We can feel your spirit through the screen. Just want to commend you. Keep doing what you are doing. Keep shining brightly. You are a queen. Never forget it. Miss Antina Campbell, thank you so much for all that you're doing to bring and inspire and support these girls, these women, these teens in this space, in pageantry, in modeling, in the fashion world. It's not an easy world to be in, and it's so important to have mentors and guidance and support, and that's what Inspirational Legacy is about being in the present, being inspired to pave the way for the future. So thank you. And Gwen, you shared a message that is so strong. We were talking about conscious consumerism earlier today. There was a segment with Christopher Kali, who runs the Initiated Society showroom in New York, and he was talking about brands owned by individuals of color. And you continue the conversation with us this evening. Thank you for the work that you all are doing. We appreciate you for joining the stage with us today, speaking about the inspirational legacies that you all are creating, that you all are leading, and we appreciate you. Please keep shining brightly.
Can I just say one thing really, really quick? I've been on the call since you guys started this morning, and it's been absolutely amazing. I've been doing it, working, and yeah, all the speakers have been, oh my God, it's been wonderful.
That's great.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in. To our audience members, we appreciate you all for tuning in to Inspirational Legacies. Leave us comments on the chat. We'll bring them onto the screen. We appreciate all of you that have been on with us all day. We have been broadcasting live all day because we're truly inspired and we want to highlight all of the amazing stories across the community today. So with that, Lori, Gwen, Zoe, and Tina, we appreciate you for joining us today. We will be moving on and bringing our next speaker on the stage, and we're excited to bring Eva on the stage. So Roosevelt, I would love for you to introduce our next guest. I know that she is part of the YB&B community. We are happy to have her joining us here again. Back to you, Roosevelt.
Yes, Ava. What more can I say? I've seen you. I've been following for some time now, and for you to be here with us to carve out some space. What more can I say? But thank you very much. If I had 10,000 tongues, I wouldn't be able to say thank you enough. Seriously. So this is the time. It's all about you. Can you please let the audience know a little bit more about who you are, what you do, and how to be contacted?
Absolutely. So thank you for having me, Roosevelt and Alicia. I appreciate you so much. So what I do, I am a certified high performance coach and a certified DEI communication specialist. And basically entrepreneurs and corporate professionals hire me to learn the tools to communicate effectively, to advance professionally without compromising personal values, but more importantly, to actively contribute to inclusive and diverse cultures. And I believe that we cannot achieve social change without personal development. And so with my coaching process, it will lead you to outcomes that improve and enrich and enhance the quality of your personal and professional life. So that is a little bit about me and who I am and what I do.
Yeah, that's outstanding. What solutions do you have for early emerging entrepreneurs in the 21st century?
Well, here's what I would share with them. It's going to be tough out there, and developing a strong mental toughness is important. And you can only do that if you take care of yourself physically, mentally, and emotionally. And so my advice to everyone is to have what I would say is generate the energy that you need to be able to show up as your best self at home, at work, and in your community. So that means taking care of yourself. Like you said earlier, Roosevelt, how you start taking care of yourself. Stay hydrated, stay active, exercise, eat for energy, eat for performance, and not just to satisfy hunger. This way you can be the strongest version of yourself when you are facing everything. Because you know what, life will keep lifing, and life will throw things at us that could rock us if we are not strong mentally, emotionally, and physically.
That's wonderful. As a woman of color, how do you remain encouraged? What are some of your positive reinforcements or positive affirmations that you use to stay encouraged and to succeed?
I hear you. I actually set up routines in my day that generate energy. You know what they say, a power plant doesn't have energy. A power plant actually generates energy. So I have a mantra that I say to myself in the shower for about 15 seconds with a cold blast on the shower, on my chest, on my vagus nerve. I walk every morning for about 30 to 40 minutes. I read books, I listen to podcasts, I'm inspired by events like the one the LA Tribune and you with YB&NB is putting on to keep me encouraged. I mean, that panel of beautiful women that you had on just before I showed up was just so inspirational. And I constantly look to influencers and people who have achieved great things to virtually mentor me, if you will. And I also hire coaches and mentors myself so that I can see my blind spots. They can show them to me and I can work on them.
That's, that's excellent. And we did this, for you and others, because we first believe everybody deserves recognition, but that positive reinforcement, during Black History Month, to do it by design and on purpose. So you are also a piece of the puzzle. What's next for our culture that you would like to see? If it was a perfect world, what would it be like a panacea, a cure for all? You can share with us.
I'm a strong communicator. I feel that a lot of us are reactive based on miscommunication. And what I mean by that is we're not asking the right questions to have a deeper understanding of our diverse cultures that we are, doing business with, in the world with. We're about diversity, we're about inclusion. And I know a lot of the diversity piece is being handled, right? But the inclusion piece is where there are gaps. How can you make people feel included and safe so that they can show up on their best selves and be bold and honest? So I've written a book called The Intimacy of Race, and that is really how to move from subconscious racism to active allyship for people of privilege. And there are people of privilege in all of our diverse cultures, but I really wrote that book to help. It's almost like diversity and inclusion for dummies. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but so many people out there are so intimidated and worried about saying and doing something wrong that they don't stand up in their allyship, and they're silent because of that fear of being canceled, of being shamed, and of being guilted. So what's next for me, I hope everybody will look up the book and buy it, but more importantly, I am creating an online course where individuals can learn the tools and the communication skills to create more inclusive environments, not only in their workplaces, but also as solopreneurs and entrepreneurs out there making it in the world.
That's very impactful for individuals that are looking for a mindset business coach. How can you be contacted?
Oh, you can go to talkwitheva.com. Also my website, evamedelec.com. Very easy, my name.
Okay.
That's amazing. Eva, curious if you could share maybe 3 key points from your book that you would like our audience members to be aware of, topics that they can think about this evening, maybe share with a friend after this broadcast. Would love for you to share your 3 key points from your book.
Well, 3 key points is to really be conscious and learn what microaggressions and unconscious bias is, and learn how to speak up in a way that doesn't name, blame, shame, or guilt people, and use it as an example for people to want to learn what may be offensive and what may not be offensive to different cultural things. So that's one of the things. Also to learn how to listen. Listening is paramount to creating inclusive environments. We have to listen to understand and not listen to respond, because our attempts to explain or judge or can show up as bypassing when we just don't listen and if we don't understand. The third thing is to ask questions. Ask open-ended questions that deepen your understanding, because our position in life gives us our perspective, and we all have different positions in life, which causes us to see things from different perspectives. So learn how to ask powerful, open-ended questions that deepen your understanding, but also creates collaboration, forward movement.
That's excellent. That's excellent. Before we conclude this segment, would you like to leave us with any words of encouragement? Something to make us go,
Well, something to make you go, I don't know about that, but I always love the Maya Angelou quote. And it's basically saying, I just want to get it here. I actually wrote it down because I think it's really important. You do the best you can until you know better. And when you know better, do better. It's really simple. And some of us just really need more education so that we know better and really just change how we are showing up so that we do better, so that we can all have better.
Excellent. That's a very good way to conclude. Please reach out to Eva, for that business coach, entrepreneurial coach, and for that guidance. We want to thank you for joining us this evening, Eva. And as we conclude this segment, we want everybody to further like, share, and comment, because we have Sir Kaya coming up here shortly, and we also have Meta World Peace and Dr. Kalia Ali, the wife of the great Muhammad Ali, coming up here next. It's been a 11-hour journey, so I want to get everybody just excited. We're almost there, but please, like I said, like and share. We have Sir Kaya coming up here next, coming up here shortly. So do we have Meta World Peace and Dr. Kalia Ali coming up? So Alicia, you have the floor. You are the guiding light. And we appreciate you. I'll be here in the studio typing up notes. If you need me, let me know.
Yes, thank you so much, Roosevelt, for joining with us today, for YB&B partnering with the Los Angeles Tribune to bring Inspirational Legacy, past, present, and future, live to our global audiences. Thank you for inviting all of the wonderful community members of YB&B to come on today's broadcast to share their stories, to share ways that individuals can connect with them, and to continue the tie to knots. Roosevelt, you just don't talk the talk, you walk the walk. And today was a living testament to all of the impactful work that you do, your ability to connect with all of your community members, to understand and know who they are and really have those personal experiences and moments with them, is a testament to the leadership that you have, to the work that you are doing in your community and beyond. And so, Roosevelt, we from the Los Angeles Tribune, we thank you for joining us today to partner in bringing Inspirational Legacy, past, present, and future, live to our audiences. So thank you so much, Roosevelt, for being with us today. As Roosevelt mentioned, a little bit later, we have Sir Kaya Redford bringing on broadcast with Meta World Peace and Dr. Kalila Ali. But before we bring Dr. Kalila Ali and Meta on stage, we have Dr. Michelle Odette Green joining us, and we are really excited to bring her onto our stage. So Roosevelt, thank you so much. I learned so much from you today, was taking notes. You are the key, the one with all of the catchy slogans, so many to remember. And I hope all of the business owners that you shared slogans with will have to make sure that they get them, because you were dropping gems and sharing gold today. So without further ado, I would love to bring Dr. Michelle Odette Green to the stage with us this evening. How are you, Dr. Michelle? How are you doing today?
I am wonderful. Thank you for asking. And how are you?
I'm doing great. So energized, so happy, and grateful to be here this evening. Dr. Michelle, please share with our audiences more about who you are, your work, and what Inspirational Legacy means to you.
Awesome. I am so happy to share who I am. I am Dr. Michelle Odette Green. The green is not there, but that's one way you can look me up, through Dr. Michelle Odette Green. I am an author, and I published a book, Be Successful for Life. I also am a neural encoding specialist. And what that means is that I help people learn skills so that they can default to their best behaviors and they can become the best version of themselves. I'm also a brain health trainer. And the reason I'm a brain health trainer is because I like to make sure that people are learning what it takes to have a brain that functions optimally. because when your brain functions optimally, you work better. When your brain doesn't work right, your life it seems to be falling apart. And so I love helping people become more, and I love helping people to just be healthy. I am a happiness trainer, so I like to help them to be happy and productive. And I was listening to the speaker just before me, and it was so fitting that she talked about personal development, because that is the space that I am in. And so, what legacy means to me, I have my grandkids. And when I wrote this book, actually, I wrote this book with my grandkids in mind. And the subtitle for this book is Elevate Your Thoughts, Words, Actions, and Results. And when I'm long gone, I want them to still have my words. I have other books that will be coming out, but this was the beginning. And I said, I want my babies to be resilient. And that's what I teach now. I teach them how to be resilient. But again, when I'm long gone, they'll have this book that they can pick up and they can hear my words and apply those words that are written in the book so that they can be successful in life.
That's truly amazing, Dr. Michelle. And what are 3 key principles from the book that our viewers can apply today or tomorrow as it relates to how they can change their mindsets to change how they lead their lives? It is so fitting that we had Ava on before. She talked about mental fortitude in so many ways, and it's amazing to have you continuing this dialogue and continuing this conversation. So yeah, what are 3 key points from your book that you would like our audience members to be aware of today?
So, one key point is that you are 100% responsible for your life. It doesn't matter what happened during your rearing, your upbringing, I should say. The bottom line is you are 100% responsible for your life. So that means that you have to do the work necessary to have the things that you desire in life. So that's the first thing. You are 100% responsible for your life. And then the second thing is that your thoughts are energy. And the thoughts that you have, you're actually broadcasting out to the world what you want. And so you have to be really cognizant of your thoughts. And then the third thing is your words. Your words are powerful. Again, your words will follow your thoughts. So as you think, you will feel. And as you feel, you will do. And as you do, you will have. And so it's so important to understand that your thoughts and your words, they are energy. And then I want to add another point is choice. We have choices in life. And when I realized that I had choices in life, I was about 19 years old. My life was not going the way that I envisioned it. And so I remember one day I was standing on the balcony. I had my own apartment. I happened to be married. I got married at 18. And I was standing on my balcony and I realized that I want to do more in life and I want to have more in life. And at that moment, it was like the switch was turned on. And I said, I have choices in life. And the choices that I make today will dictate my tomorrow. And so being aware, again, I want to bring up the points that I made. 1, you are 100% responsible for your life. Your thoughts have energy. Your words have energy. So you must be cognizant about the words that you speak and the thoughts that you think. And then you have choices, and choices have consequences. And yes, choices have seen consequences and unintended consequences. I understand that part as well. So those are just a few key points that I want to make. And I want to encourage people to Google me. And the book is being sold on Amazon right now. Purchase the book. It is the best $15.99 you can spend.
That's amazing. And thank you for sharing those great tips for life around how individuals can lead more successful lives. Curious, Dr. Michelle, how did you get into this work? How did you get into this mindset work, being aware of your individual energy and getting to the place where you wrote your book?
So I got into personal development because I wasn't happy with my life. And before I understood that it was personal development, I just started doing the things necessary to improve my life, the health of my thoughts. And so from there, it just has been a compound effect. And so every day I'm doing something toward helping to elevate my mind. And the book had been something that I wanted to write for many, many years. Back in the 90s, I started doing a goal setting workshop for my job. And when I started doing that workshop, I realized that it's not enough to set a goal. If a person doesn't have the right mindset, and if their identity does not match the goal that they're seeking, they'll never achieve the goal, because with your identity, you will never rise above your identity, if you will. You will never outperform your opinion of yourself. And so from there, I started doing the mindset shift work, and I just loved it. And I came up with my mission statement, which is to educate and inspire individuals to lead a happy, balanced, and productive life. And I've been doing that since the 90s, and I've gotten better over the years. And so I've coached a lot of people. A lot of people have had success as a result of my coaching. And I just love the personal development space, because I think mindset is everything. Your psychology, meaning what you think about yourself, what you think about others, and the world around you, is everything. And of course, the meaning that you assign to those things. And when you look at your results in life, if you're not getting the things that you desire, you can trace it back to your beliefs. You can trace it back to your identity. You can trace it back to, you may have subconscious blocks. And so I work with people as well in terms of what are their subconscious blocks, and that is in my book as well. So I do get into the subconscious mind a lot, and how you can reprogram your subconscious mind for success.
That's so amazing. And I'm so glad actually that you brought up the point of the subconscious mind, because I think a lot of us think about our thoughts that we're aware of, but at the end of the day, there are so many thoughts that are deeply rooted, deeply seated, that are subconscious, that we may not be aware of, that we may not be like, we may not know we're there until maybe someone said something and we reacted in a way and we're like, where did that come from? I didn't actually know I was feeling like that. And so it's great that you address the subconscious mind. You know, we have our unconscious mind, our subconscious mind, our conscious mind, that all makes up our psyche. And so it's important that you're taking that kind of 360 degree lens for individuals to take a deeper dive into understanding their subconscious mind a little bit deeper and further, because whether we're aware or not, our subconscious mind drives a lot of our actions. And if we can get back in to help reprogram and reshift mindsets that we may have had, that we may not have even been aware of, depending on when, you know, we developed that thought or that mindset or went through a certain experience, it can really impact your life downstream. So it's really, really important that you have taken the time to dive into these topics, and that you are in the personal development space. You are an avid writer, and know that you are also a co-author of a new book that came out, The Moral Compass, 28 Principles for Integrity-Driven Leadership, written by our CEO, Mo Rock, on the 28 principles of integrity-based leadership. Michelle, I know that you're a co-author and you wrote in the book. Can you tell us a little bit about what you shared in the book, The Moral Compass?
Yes, I can. And I also want to thank you and thank Mo Rock and Roosevelt for this platform. This is awesome. And I love the fact that it's going out to so many people, and we are helping people elevate their mindset. And my portion on integrity, I really ask one key question. And that key question is, if someone followed you around, and let's say an invisible person followed you around all day and they came home with you, what would they see? Will they see you keeping your word? Will they see you practicing what you preach? Will they really see you being a person of integrity? And so my premise is centered around that key question, because integrity is everything. You know, it's about your character. It's about, are you really walking the walk? Are you really doing the things that you said you would do? And so just to boil it down to that one key question, is if an invisible person followed you around all day long, would they really come back and say that you are a person of integrity? And they talk about, the true nature of the true character. And I'm probably messing this up a little bit, but I'll get it out the way I can. That the true character of a man is what he will do when no one is watching. And that to me is all about integrity. What are you doing when no one is really watching? And so that's all that I want to add as far as my piece of the book. And I want to encourage our viewers to go to Amazon and purchase the book. We have so many great stories on integrity and so many gems. And so I do encourage individuals to please go and purchase the book.
Thank you so much, Dr. Michelle, for sharing your perspective and your contribution to the book. In closing, with our last few minutes here with you today, what do you want to leave our audience with? What is one piece of advice? You've covered so many topics. You talked about mindset and integrity. What is one piece of advice that you'd like to leave with our audience here today?
So, if you will allow me, please, I would like to, before I give that one piece, I would like to invite individuals to a challenge that I'm doing on elevating your thoughts to elevate your life. And if you go to my website there, successandactioninstitute.com, you can register for the challenge. It is a 3-day challenge, and I've partnered with 2 individuals, and this challenge will help you to get rid of your negative thinking, or at least start the process to mitigate your negative thinking, to help you upgrade your identity so that you can truly attract the things into your life that you desire. And I'm just encouraging people to go register for that challenge. And so the one thing that I would want to leave with individuals, and this is based on Martin Luther King, I should say, and it is, if you can't fly, then run. And if you can't run, then walk. And if you cannot walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, keep moving forward. And he also said, faith is taking the first step even when you can't see the whole staircase. And so I say we got to step out on faith. You have to believe in yourself and know that if you do the work, you'll reap the reward in the end. Just have faith.
Wow, thank you so much for those closing remarks, Dr. Michelle. How can people further connect with you and further engage with you? Please share with our audience.
I am on Instagram at Dr. Michelle Odette. I am on Facebook at Michelle Odette Green. Also, I just started a YouTube channel for a TV show that I host, which is called Elevate Your Life. I would encourage individuals to go to YouTube and find me there. Subscribe to my channel. You will enjoy it. I have Power Pack shows every Saturday. Go and subscribe so that you can get more gems to help you to elevate your life. And so those are a few ways that you can get in contact with me. Just again, you can do a Google search on my name and I'll come up in a few places. And also, again, go to my website, successandactioninstitute.com, which is there with my name.
Thank you so much, Dr. Michelle Odette. And talk about inspirational legacy, past, present, future. We had Kenyelle on earlier today, and Kenyelle is breaking barriers and would love to share, I know, but would love for you to share with our audience who Kenyelle is in your life and what she means to you. And it's just been a pleasure to have you both on our stage today, to have you as a part of the Los Angeles Tribune. Talk about inspirational legacy, past, present, and future, and creating those bridges across the generations. So beautiful. So would love for you to share a little bit more. And we see Kenyelle is in the comments today watching us live right now.
Yes, I would love to share with you. She is my baby girl. That is my daughter, and she is truly an inspiration to her mother. I am actually doing a neural talk, which is synonymous with a TED talk, and I'm talking about who are my heroes in life. And my mother is one of them. And Kenyelle talked about my mother being seated as a city council person when she became 80 years of age. Actually, she was 81. And so that is just, to me, everything, just so much inspiration there. And then Kenyelle, she reminds me to hold the vision, to make it plain, to keep moving forward. She actually supports her mama in everything that she does. And I support what she's doing. And I am just so proud of the work that she's doing to uplift young minds, to help them to have confidence so that they will be healthy and whole adults. And I heard her talk about that today. And so I'm glad that you allowed me to bring this forward. I wasn't going to mention it, but thank you so, so much. But yes, that is my daughter, and she's doing great work with her vision board kit. Again, the first Black woman to actually put together a vision board magazine, the only magazine that you need to create a couture vision board. And also she is the president of the Afro Unicorn Foundation, which she actually developed from the ground up. And so she's the first to do that with Afro Unicorn. And she talked about April Showers being the first Black woman with a licensed character brand. And so they're just breaking barriers themselves, and they are on the move. And guess what? They're my heroes and my inspiration to keep doing what I'm doing.
That is so wonderful. And it's been a pleasure to host both you and Kenyelle on our platform today, to have you as part of the Los Angeles Tribune family. We see you, we recognize you, we honor you and uplift you for all of the work that you are doing in your immediate community and beyond. Mindset, wellness, personal development is so key. And what you're doing around personal development coaching, what Kenyelle is doing with her vision boarding kits is so important, and it's really bridging that gap. Eva on the session before this talked about mental fortitude, especially and in entrepreneurship, but in every part of life. Someone said it earlier today. Life's right. Life. We never know what is going to come up, but when we have tools and skills and our collective toolkit to kind of lean on when things in life inevitably come up, it makes it easier to navigate. And when we're looking for support, there are so many coaches out there. There are so many individuals knowledgeable in the space. So it really matters. I think, Michelle, to close us out, would love for you to reflect on a moment from today, watching today's segment that might have stuck out for you, and something that you're going to kind of leave today thinking about. We're always inspired by the historical figures that have come before us, but today there were so many people in the present making their mark, and they will be that historical figure that, 5 years from now, 10 years from now and beyond, people look back to. So what are some of the moments now in the present that you can reflect on from what you heard today?
So good. So I will say that I had to work today, so I was kind of in and out. And I did catch a few that really resonated with me. One was Dr. Shirley Weber, the Secretary of State for California. She talked about doing something good every single day, doing something good for someone, no matter how big or small. And she talked about getting out there and voting because your voice matters. And so she really impressed upon making sure that you understand that if you don't get out there and vote, then you are just giving your enemy ammunition, if you will. And so those words really resonated with me. And then Eva, just before I came on, Eva, I hope I'm pronouncing her name right, just talking about being resilient, just having that resilience, that mindset to where you can bounce back from anything. And she did mention, life, and Les Brown likes to say, life be life. And I love what you said. Because the bottom line is things will happen to you, they will happen to me, and they will happen to the people that we care about. So when you have a resilient mindset, you can bounce back easier, and you can help the people around you bounce back as well. And so those were a few things that I heard that really resonated with me.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Michelle, for tuning in while you had work today. Thank you for these remarks, and thank you for sharing more about your story, the work that you are doing, and honoring both your mother and Kenyelle. Talk about inspirational legacy and what that means from a family perspective. We appreciate you. We look forward to seeing you soon. To all of you that have tuned in and have been with us today, we appreciate you. We are going to go on next to a commercial break, and you're going to hear a recorded message from Lisa Nichols, and then you're going to hear a powerful interview between Sir Kaya Redford and Dr. Khalila Ali, who is an author. She was an actress and also the late wife of Muhammad Ali. Thank you all for tuning in. Stay tuned for a short commercial break before our interview with Dr. Khalila Ali.
Hi, Lisa Nichols here. And I wanted to thank the Los Angeles Tribune for the Lifetime Achievement Award. I'm grateful. You know, during my career of over 21 years, all I've ever wanted to do was to help transform, help impact, up-level, elevate the lives of those around me. When I started my career over 20 years ago, I never knew that I'd be here. I was a woman from Los Angeles, wanting to change my life and my son's life. And when I found that education, motivation, inspiration, and action led to transformation, and when I began to have my own transformation, all I wanted to do was to help as many people as possible to have the same experience or their own experience similar. I know that 2020 was a year of uncertainty, unexpected and unwanted change. 2020 was a year of unacceptable, made polarized. 2020 was a year of release, relinquish, reset, recharge. 2020 was a year that we all navigated through, but we made it to 2021. We made it to 2021 still with hope, with dreams, with belief, in spite of global and national upheaval. We've pushed through it and we are here today. I'm honored by this award because it's an award that's acknowledging resiliency as well as commitment. And each and every one of us have that. I'm grateful that I can inspire someone else to keep getting up. I say oftentimes, I didn't avoid being knocked down. I simply was always committed to getting back up. And as I kept getting back up, I continued to have more faith in my ability to get up. And then I was able to strategize on how to avoid so many knockdowns. So I want to thank you again. I want to thank the LA Tribune for seeing in me something that adds value. I want to thank the Quantum Leap Forum for seeing in me something that adds value to the lives of those around me. I am who I am because of the energy that lives and the vibration that flows through Los Angeles. I am and will always be an LA girl, no matter where I live, where I am, or where I serve in the world. So it's an honor to be able to do good work besides good people like you. I cannot wait until I can turn a virtual hug into a physical hug. I'm your sister in prosperity and in possibility. And from my heart to yours, I say thank you. I believe in you and I love you. Be well.
And we are live with the incredible fabric of American history, one of the most famous women empowered leaders that has walked the history of mankind, especially the fabric of American history. I'm going to introduce her to you in just a moment. And just before we do that, you might even take a peek at her name and figure out, I kind of know the last name. That's very, very familiar. With that being said, we're here to meet this incredible woman. And honestly, there is no description that could really encapsulate everything she's done. I will just say this. She just got a Lifetime Achievement Award by President Biden. And she is the former wife of the greatest, yes, the one and the only history maker, Muhammad Ali. Their marriage, their life at a time in history where it was a very different era, and they broke all stereotypes. She's internationally recognized as a humanitarian. She's a producer, she's a director, and she has literally had moments and times in her life where she sat down with and had intimate conversations with the likes of Dr. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, obviously Muhammad Ali, and she was also in Ali's life at a time when he went through that tumultuous era where he refused to be drafted into the Vietnam War, and as a result was exiled out of boxing, went through tremendous adversity as a married couple, and yet then prevailed and became the greatest. She was also, if you know that there's a anniversary coming up very shortly for the Rumble in the Jungle in Zaire when Ali fought Foreman. And that whole thing, and if you've ever watched or seen the movie, Ali, starring Will Smith, you know who this woman is and what fabric of American history she's part of. She hangs out with celebrities, dignitaries, presidents of countries. I was just on a red carpet with her, hanging out with Tom Brady, and I could tell you, when anybody sees this woman and they're around her, they just fall in love with her. We've been in situations where we're sitting at a coffee shop having a meeting and she sees a homeless person. Next thing you know, she'll literally stop the meeting, get up, go up to that person, offer them some food, some coffee. So she has a huge heart of service. She also knows 7 languages. She's also a pilot. She's got a pilot license. She's a black belt in martial arts, personally trained by Bruce Lee himself. And one of my most favorite things is that she wrote all of Ali's poems and changed history. Dr. Khalila Ali, we are so honored for you to be here to share with us your wisdom and how also Think and Grow Rich had a huge impact on you and your life. How are you doing today? And if you don't mind, just get into it.
Greetings to you, Sir Kaya. I'm just honored to be here with you. We've shared a lot of good times together with celebrities and everything. Jane Fonda,
Yes. Sally Field, yes.
Brady, and for 80 for Brady, that was an amazing movie. I'm glad you was with me with that. I had to bring you along because you're a star in your own right, and I just admire you so much. Yeah, we've had a lot of time together. Thank you for bringing me on the show with you. You support me all the time and
all the way.
All the way. And
all the way.
You have friends that support you in your endeavors.
Yes.
Thank
so
you.
For you watching this, obviously we know a million reasons why we get to listen to her, but let's get specific. Okay. She's going to share with you the tools that she got, not only from all of her studies, also Think and Grow Rich, the tools and the strategies and the mindset to face the most difficult adversities in your life, which a lot of people are facing right now.
Yes.
And yet overcome those adversities and yet still become the greatest in the world. So that's what she's here to share. What are those principles and how you can do that? So if you don't mind, Dr. Khalila, just maybe start with how you met Muhammad Ali. And at that time, he was Cassius Clay, and how that all happened. And then the dark times and how you were able to face.
With all of that, I do have a nice book for you to read on that one. But
okay.
The most important thing, which I know you're after, and that is, all great minds think alike. And when we go down this road of success, turmoil, and struggles, we all have the same kind of link. When I read the Napoleon Hill, it was almost like me writing it, because
wow,
he stressed out 3 things that I know is very strong with me. And Mr. Hill, he put in the thing about spirituality, your spiritual world. The spirit, that was what Ali and I had, a very strong spiritual impact, as well as being a partner. Me being his partner, who is a spiritual partner, a soul partner. And also that made it work because of the sixth sense that I had when it just came flooring out when he said he was the greatest. I had never heard anyone impact me like he did saying that word, because I think it all the time, but I've never said it like that. I was a young person and I was a quiet, kind of shy, but inside my mind was boiling and just waiting to break through. And I think meeting Cassius Clay at the time, he made that motor start clicking and everything. So with my, yeah, you know what I'm saying?
If you don't mind sharing, I know
Yeah.
you and I've had some chats. You have so many stories. You like hanging out with Elvis Presley as you got, and you know we have so much, but we want to focus on, because people get to look you up, get to find you, get to attend some of your events. We get to focus on what people need the most, which is less a little bit about the celebrity stuff, about facing adversities and overcoming them. And Dr. Kalila, you know, you and your former husband, right? You went through such difficult challenges, being in a very difficult time in American history, number one, and then also very controversial times, and also taking a stand for doing the right thing, which Muhammad Ali, his whole life was a representative of that. So what we'd love for you to do is there's so many things and so many different topics and so many incredible stories that you have to share. And yet there's one that I really would like the audience to get, because we're here talking about Think and Grow Rich and how to overcome adversities. And you and your former husband went through so much adversities. And so you're going to share, yes, the tools, the mindset, the wisdom around how to overcome adversities and how to still become the greatest in the world. Mm-hmm. So that being said, and I know you have a story about Muhammad Ali's name and how it even became that name. Please do share.
Well, first of all, when I first met him, he was the Golden Glove winner of the Olympics boxing in Rome, Italy in 1960. I was 10. So, but I didn't really know anything about. I didn't keep up with the Olympics or something then at that time. So he was a surprise to me when he came to the school and visited the Muhammad's University of Islam in 1960. I was 10, he was 18 as a champion and gold medal winner. And the fact of it is, he came in saying, you know, my name is Cassius Marcellus Clay, and I'm 18 years old, and I'm going to be heavyweight champion for him 21. So get your autographs now, because I'm going to be famous. I go, what is this guy talking about? It was something you think of, but you don't say it. You know what I mean? And it kind of opened the door for me, because I've always wanted to do the best I could be in America. I didn't know I had to make that decision then, but when I heard him, it inspired me to open up. And I said, you know, with a name like Cassius Marcellus, I mean, you know, I told him right away, I said, that's a Roman name. Do you know what Romans did to people? I was, you know, really in history back in those days.
Wow. And
history wasn't being taught in public schools at that time, but it was taught in our private school. So I told him, I said, hey, man, I said, oh, no. I says, you got a Roman name. You know what Romans did to people? I mean, are you proud of this, brother? You know, he said, I thought it was. I said, but man, they said, man, no, until you get a name of honor and until you get a name of respect. Matter of fact, until you get a Muslim name, you're not going to be famous with this name. You take that back with you. I don't want it. I tore up the autograph, gave it back to him. He said, oh, man, she tore up my name. What? Oh, my goodness. What was he? He got rejected by a 10-year-old.
Oh, my gosh. Are you kidding me? Wow.
You know how you pretty boys get when y'all get rejected. You know how you do. You know.
Right. Yeah. Wow.
You know what that feels like. So he said, wow, who is she? You know, who is she? Man, leave that alone. You know, this 10-year-old, come on, leave it alone. Man, don't worry about it. She's probably trying to teach you something. He said, but she called me dirt, man. I mean, you know, why she gonna call me that? Why she had to say that? You know, so that moment at that time, a target, my forehead was a target. And every time he would come to the school, he would look, where's she at? Where she is the girl that told my name, where she go? So he was on a mission. So
He's on a mission.
Oh
Wow.
wow,
So,
to get rejected like that.
So the first meaning is you're tearing up his name and giving him like a real ego check, and he's going to be the greatest in the world.
He didn't see that coming at all. He didn't see that coming at all. But this is the thing. By him saying that, and I was bold enough to open up because I'm very shy, and I'm like, I don't really say that much, you know what I mean? But it's like it made me open up, like, and set this guy straight. I mean, come on, man. You know, you I just couldn't see him being famous with no slave name. You know what I mean? I'm all into that, the cultural thing. But
so how did the name he ends up with come about? What was
So he kept asking the leader, man, this little girl, she's still calling me dirt. I mean, you need to change my name, man. She's probably right, you know, so why don't you give me a name or something? Because she's still calling me dirt. I'm still Clay. So he decided to change his name. He said, you know.
And then I remember you sharing a story about his persistence when he met you. You were, you know, coming home from school, and you were, I guess, on the bus.
He was
following you everywhere.
In my house, like a stalker.
Like a stalker. You
Because
know
I wouldn't get in his car. He said, sister, let me drive you home. It was raining and everything. I said, brother, my father didn't tell me to get in your car. I'd have to have permission from my father before I can get in your car. That's just something that's not going to happen. I said, I go to school. I go home on the bus all the time, and it rains. I'm not going to melt. Wow. And I get on the bus, and kindly got on the bus, and he followed me all the way on the bus. I go, my goodness. Wow. So this is the thing, my man. When I saw him, how aggressive and outgoing he was, that's the way I am. I just never did it like he did it. And it pulled something out in me. I did it as, but you know. So I'm saying this guy is really good opening up, telling people how he feels, being direct, because he's a master at his art. I mean, he was really a master at his art. That's why he could boast and brag so much, because he knew who he was.
Right. And we're going to tie this into the Think and Grow Rich, because I know that there's three of the 13 steps to riches that Napoleon Hill focused on, and I want us to tie into that.
Let me tell you about Napoleon Hill. Let me tell you, when I saw those steps, man, it was almost like I wrote the 3 of them. Wow. The spiritual step,
faith,
and the partner step, and the 6th sense step. It's something like I've already written those 3 by myself back in the day.
So tell us a little bit about the impact of faith. And
the impact of faith is we have the same religion, and we was both impacted the same way, but he wasn't very educated on the Islamic part, and I kind of helped him rationalize the reason of my faith. And if he was good at rationalizing and standing up for the faith that he just walked into, along with my help, he would be even greater than just a fighter. I could see that. I said, man, I should jump on this. This man is like, he would be amazing. He would be bigger than just a fighter. I can see him being something bigger than that. I don't think he saw that. He saw that part in the boxing world, but I saw him in the real world, the humanitarian world.
So if you don't mind sharing, I know that there was a moment we talked about a little earlier where he refused to be drafted in the Vietnam War. and he was exiled from boxing. And both of you went from, you know, being at the height and in the sport to basically having no way to even make any money and struggling.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that, because, you know, we live in an era today where a lot of people are facing tremendous amount of adversity. What were the things that you needed to do as a woman to support your man?
Yeah.
And how is this so relevant today?
But what I saw in him, that's why I knew my place. I knew me being his partner and sticking by him and supporting him in his adversity. Since we both on the same plane religious wise, that's why it's so good that have a partner in the same religion. You pray together, you stay together. It's kind of it's an intuitive thing. It's like soulmate kind of thing. That's where the partner part and Napoleon Hill thing, the partnership, it's a soul partnership.
Yes.
And if women, and I've seen women through the years, I've seen my mother and father support each other, as well as Abraham Lincoln and his wife supporting each other. I see Eleanor Roosevelt and her husband supporting each other. I mean, there's a team that complements itself, and that like President Obama and his wife complements this. You know,
and I know another big one, the 13th one, the Sixth Sense.
Yes, the Sixth Sense is even better, because this is the thing. When you have something motivated in your mind and you can feel where you're going with this, you can almost tell which direction we should go in, the positive direction to go in. There was so much negative against him, taking everything, stripping him of everything. So wait a minute, you know, the fact that they're stripping everything, that means they cut him off of his money, cut him off of his livelihood. And you know what? The fact that that's going on right now, we have to figure out something to get into something positive, turn it around, make him a people's champion, as opposed to the champion they wouldn't allow him to be, a working champion. So I focused on him being the people's champ. If he stick with the people, stick with his faith, stick with his belief, fight for that, and he becomes a people champion, it will overthrow everything. And I knew it. I knew it. When you see something, you know it, and you can see it, and you have no doubt about it, then that's when your success will rule. And you won't feel too much of the strain or the pain. You'll be focusing on what's to come.
Wow.
And that's that Sixth Sense that Napoleon mentioned. Perfect.
Yes.
We know what's going to happen. We know what's going to come. If we change this around, we can make it work. Even though we're struggling in between, that gives us life to move on. It gives us hope.
Yes. And if you don't mind, Dr. Khalila Ali, I'd love to show a couple pictures. So I'm going to share screen here.
Yeah, go right ahead.
And then maybe you can just take a couple minutes just to share a little bit about.
Okay. I can narrate the picture or whatever you like me to see, because unbelievable. That's why it's so good to read books, because you know you get a lot of knowledge. You're not alone in this world when people think alike and they have experience.
Well, there's the first one.
Oh wow. That we have at that picture.
No wonder why he fell in love with you. Look at you. Stunning.
They even say that we look like sisters and brother on that one.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we had all 4 children on that picture.
Wow. And then I've got this one here.
Yeah. It's a good one. It was
Yes.
We was living in Cherry Hill then. Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, very good.
And then we've got this one here, which is a book that you wrote, right? Undefeated.
Finally, I got a little time to heal and a little time to go over what happened to my life. And I had ups and downs. You know, you go through sadness and you go through disappointments and embarrassments.
Yes.
And even though we went through all of that, it was painful. But this is the thing: when you're a soulmate like that, and you've helped each other through thick and thin, it's something about just forgive, just forgive, just give forgiveness. A woman should forgive the mistakes that they make, because we're both are human beings. We're gonna make mistakes. We all make mistakes. I'm not perfect. He's not perfect, but we have to deal with that and learn from it and be supportive of it. And so all the things that he did, I wasn't going to allow him to just disrespect me or anything anymore. I said, look, man, we went through too much together. We went through so much together, and I'm not going to tolerate certain things, and you're not going to accept certain things. So we might as well just, forgive each other.
Yes.
Friends of each other, because we have a family.
Yeah.
And
you both gave
we gave our all.
And a tremendous gift to the world. And
more women should do that. When you
yes.
do stuff like that, if you don't even have children, it's good to still be friends.
Yes.
And just be thankful for what we went through together, and still support each other in a certain way, a respectful way.
Yes.
And that's what we
Dr.
did.
Kalila, I know that also that you have these projects, and you're a movie director, film director, you've got books, you've got movies, you help teach values, right?
Yes.
Like literal your old school values on how we should really be living our lives. So let people know a little bit about what are the causes that you're championing.
Look here, Sir Kaya, let me tell you something. When you've done all of this for all my whole lifetime, and then you have to get off that plane and get on another plane to figure out what you're going to do next, I went on and just decided to help children and people to be respectful and be kind and learn how to calm down, forgive each other, move on. Yes. And the way you can move on is help others to be respectful to each other and be kind to each other. Because no matter what you do, whatever profession you're in, you need to use those tools at all times. So I decided to go ahead and write a coloring book to teach adults manners and etiquette as well as children.
I love it.
Because we all need a little help to enhance our character, a better character, right? And to have a good character goes with anything you deal with in life. My spiritual background teaches this to me. My religion teaches this to me, and all religious teaches to all the people out there too. All religions teach this discipline. And all I have to say is that I decided to go ahead and help kids do this. But most importantly, I'm fascinated with the film industry. You have good things and bad things in films, but your children eyes are open to everything, and you have to make sure all this great energy they have. Yes. You want to make sure it's directed in the right direction.
Amazing.
Yes.
So, Dr. Kalila, I know that you
like to do movies.
Yes. How can people find you? I know you're not hard to find.
Okay.
Where can they go? Yes.
Okay. Well, I have an Instagram. Is Dr. Kalila Camacho Ali on Instagram. You can follow me there, as well as Dr. Kalila Ali on Facebook. But most importantly, I have a new website coming up. It's going to be mamaali.net. And you'll be able to get on there and see my book signings. And now the next thing, I'm coming up with some children's superheroes that actually talk to the children directly to help them with their kindness and the way they act, and to build their character. We got some superheroes that really build their character. It just don't teach them right from wrong. It doesn't just teach them good fighting evil. It teaches them directly.
Yes.
To stop them on the suicide mission, stop them on the bullying mission, stop them for being disrespectful.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Well, Dr. Kalila, I know that you and I, we can go for a couple hours for sure, and we have. Yeah. This is incredible. I know that it's been such an honor, not only for you to be interviewed here today, but for you to share this stage with us. And if for you listening today, would you like to meet Dr. Kalila Ali in person? Ooh. She comes out to LA quite a bit. She's been part of the Oscar party that we have every single year. And, so this would be an opportunity. So if you would like to meet her in person, whether you're in Florida or whether you happen to be in California or anywhere else in the world, I'm going to give you an opportunity to attend a free live event, which we're going to be hosting. And I'm going to be bringing her out. I have just such an honor to be with you, Dr. Kalila, and let's go all the way to create more change in the world.
Thank you so much. And all I got to say is create a better character and be kind to everyone.
Yes. All right. We will see you soon. And Dr. Kalila, let's change the world, or shall I say continue, as you are doing such good things already.
Absolutely, Dr. Kaya. Thank you.
All right. See you soon.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And we are. Oh my gosh, the one, the master. They say the myth, the legend, but I would say the living legend that's creating an even greater level of legend. This man, I am a huge fan. I know we've got millions of people around the world that are a huge fan. And I want to share with you some things about him that you may not know. And then also for him to share about his program for creating generational wealth. Let's introduce this man who needs no introduction. Ron William Artest Jr. from Queensbridge, New York, famously changed his name to Meta World Peace in September 2011. Why? Because he wanted to encourage the world to have more happiness, more wellness. He's a father of 4 children. He has a professional basketball career that's over 19 years. He played for 6 NBA teams. He won the NBA World Championship, as you know, for those of you that are Laker fans here in LA, in 2010 in June. He also received the Walter Kennedy Citizen Award, which is the highest NBA citizenship award. He also was selected in 2005-2006 as the NBA All-Defensive Team, was voted by the media as 2003-2004 NBA Defensive Player of the Year. And the only man, I'm a fan of Michael Jordan, and I know we all are. He's the only man with 271 steals in his first 2 seasons in the NBA, which actually beats Michael Jordan's record. How about that? His autobiography, Malice, My Life in Basketball, was released in May 2018 with Triumph Publishing. And his documentary about his life, you definitely want to check that out. Ron Artest, The Quiet Storm. The Quiet Storm. It was released on Showtime in May 2019. He has so many entrepreneurial projects he's involved with. He's also a huge advocate. I think we definitely want to talk about that for a couple minutes today as well, about mental health. And I know that we live in a society right now where there's a lot of stress and a lot of anxiety, and mental health is a really, really important thing. He raffled off his 2010 NBA World Championship ring, with the proceeds going to his nonprofit Excel University, known as the Artist University. His only ring he raffled off and raised over $650,000 and donated that to nonprofits. to help mental health and so forth. I am just bringing the man, the myth, the legend to the stage. Meta World Peace. How are you, brother?
Everything is great. Everything is great. I'm just here, and thanks for having me. It's good to see you again. I didn't see you in quite some time.
Good to see you too. Yes. And please just give a shout out to Phoebe, because Phoebe, incredible leader that you work closely with, that introduced us together. And I'm excited for you to share about a little bit, if you don't mind, before we get into your ideas on generational wealth and tools that you're going to teach people today that you are doing to create generational wealth for entrepreneurs. If you don't mind, maybe just share with us a little bit about Think and Grow Rich is really coming from nothing and creating something, right? And so you growing up at, the types of adversities you faced and that shaped you into who you are today. Can you share with us a little bit about that background?
Yeah, I mean, thanks for having me. I think, in regards to the concept of generational wealth, I actually started, this journey, and I'm 43 now, probably at 41 years old.
You're looking pretty good. You're looking pretty dang good. You look like you could suit up and dunk on me right now.
I know. I wish I can. And I started the kind of the entrepreneurship journey in like 2012. So I was about 32. I had the so what?
Yep. We got you. We just lost you for a second.
Oh, sorry about
that.
that.
You started the journey. Go on. 2012.
Yeah, 2012 started the journey. Kind of an entrepreneurship. I realized that I like technology.
Mm-hmm.
And then everything started to evolve. The opportunities, the curiosity, and then when you look at, when you fast forward to now and you're starting to meet different people, when you look at how these family offices kind of created revenue, or even these generational family offices, it came from an idea, right? It might be ExxonMobil, it might be Berkshire Hathaway, it might be Walmart, right? It's a product or a service, right? And then that product or service, created so much wealth for the generations to come. And now these, high, institutions or family offices, high net worth individuals are able to invest back into the economy. I wish they would do it more than what we see out there now, but investing back into the economy, and it's creating opportunities for others.
Correct.
Right? So that concept, you have to have a dream, and if you're generation one, you're creating for your generations to come.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
If you're generation four, right, you should be creating for other people to have opportunities to create their generational strategy, wealth plan, right?
Yes.
So it's all about just like contributing to and contributing to the economy, contributing to social impact. And then you also got to have that philanthropy. You see so many families, which really inspires me, which is my 501c3 is attached to my firm. What really inspires me is how can you create these educational institutions where it lasts for 100, 300, 400 years, right? Which is something we're working on too. And that's the other side. It's not only about wealth, but it's also about how are you going to help someone else who's, we all know in the future that somebody's going to grow up without guidance, right?
Correct.
And it's going to set up a platform that's going to help that kid.
And if you don't mind, Meta, if you don't mind, because there's a lot of people that are tuning in that are, either they're doing well or they're stuck or they're doing great. They all find themselves in a different place. Why are you so passionate about this? Growing up in New York, and I know you probably faced some challenges in the early days. And then why are you so passionate also about mental health?
Absolutely. So I think in terms of from the business side, first, when you're growing up in New York City, Long Island City skyline, which it looks like Manhattan now, and we grew up in the neighborhood, tough neighborhoods, but when you go to that Long Island City Park, you look across that skyline. And when you're a kid, that skyline there's no opportunity for you there. That's how you think it in your head, right? But you're like, man, one day I want to go to that building or go over there. I wonder what's in that building. And when you get older, like, wow, I wonder if I could one day get an office in that building. And you're like, wow, I could actually own the building. Oh, wow, maybe major in architecture, right? It's like an evolution of curiosity. And then from the philanthropic side, I always wanted to build community centers. So my major before I went to college, it was architecture. So I had 5 visits. When you're going from high school to college and you're a scholarship player, you get 5 visits, right? I took mine to Notre Dame, Miami, Providence, Miami of Ohio, and then St. John's. And the reason I took the St. John's, because that's New York City. I'm from New York City. The city loves me in New York. I took the trip because Shamgar Wells was there. He's a coach for the Dallas Mavericks. And I just wanted to go there. And I was thinking about playing with him there. Then I went to Miami of Ohio because Wally Zerbiak was there and another gentleman named Ray Martin, who's from my neighborhood. He was on that team in the 60s that stopped the UCLA streak, the 66-game win streak. So he was on that team, Miami of Ohio, so I went there. But the reason I visited Notre Dame and Miami University is because of architecture, right? I was major in architecture. And what I wanted to do was I wanted to build community centers because the community center I grew up in, it was called the Jacob Riis Community Settlement Center. And Jacob Riis was from Eastern Europe. I forget what country. I think it's like an endowment type of community center that he kind of gave to America, right? So from that perspective, I said, I wonder if I could build a bigger gym, just more things and make it more creative and just more space. So that's why I was going to major in architecture so I could build community centers, right? But then obviously basketball came, so I stopped that part of what I wanted to do, and I started to focus on, basketball, and then that was a 17, 18-year career,
right?
And then now we're here.
What did basketball? And I know we're going to get into the generational wealth steps. You and I discussed some tools that you want to teach the audience on things that they can shift in their mindset for them to be positioned to create generational wealth. And before we get that, what did basketball teach you? What did basketball give you in this journey that you feel ties into what you're doing now in creating generational wealth for entrepreneurs?
Yeah, I think basketball, teamwork, right? When you're preparing for a season, for example, the triangle offense, it takes about 2 years to learn, right? So the reason you want to learn Bill Jackson's offense is so you can win a championship.
Right.
So that 2 years was compared to a 100-year life cycle. You have to start, build, teamwork, then eventually the end result, you come out a winner, right? And I think that's with generational wealth planning. There's no rush. This is not a concept I grew up with. The concept I had was, government funding, Medicaid, Medicare, different things like that. Right, just survive. Right,
just survive.
Now it's about how can you build something, a structure, a foundation, and then you can pass it on to your family. You can create literacy processes, and they can just take that from generations to come. Versus living in the moment right now and saying, "I want to satisfy myself." Right, and that's the concept how we grow up. We grow up in a materialistic world. We need to have the cars, we need to have the jewelry, we need to have the big houses, and then inflation. You're not thinking about investing, and then when you grow up, you turn around. Now you got to do it all over again. And this happens with athletes. Not only athletes, it's also happening with successful exiting entrepreneurs. A lot of entrepreneurs are creating their own plans. And so I thought it was only athletes, but it's not. So my firm works with athletes and entrepreneurs. And actually, we're probably 98% non-athletes in terms of who we're working with.
Hey, may I ask you something? Because you're describing something so valuable. I want to pause it. I'm Rex, and it's great to have you here. You're describing something called depth of vision, and you're exemplifying that so elegantly. Some people look at an acorn and they see the seed. Others see a tree. Some see a forest. Some see a house, but some see an entire city or a nation. And what you're describing with your generational wealth and your background, saying, I wanted to build this, I want to do that, this vision of yours is large. You have this depth of vision that extends beyond, the immediate, which is how we end up with would you say with legacy wealth?
I really think, thank you. I appreciate that. I think a lot of the gifts that we have as humans, as individuals, we got to accept it, embrace it. I think my mind is all over the place. I'm not the type of person that can launch one company. If I focus, that company will not be successful. I got to play to my strengths. So what are my strengths? My strengths are helping people. I'm really passionate about the world. I changed my name to World Peace, and different things like that. So I do better in a VC model. I do better in an accelerator because it's helping people. It's also kind of helping myself. And then I'm also wanting to not only look after, my family, I'm also thinking about other people's family, right? And other people just in general, it's a gift and a curse, right? Because sometimes we'll help a non-blood family member before we help a blood family member, right? But that's how we should be as humans, right? We should not only look after our bloodline, we should look after other bloodlines also, right? So I take that gift, and perspective, how can you create a better world? Because, a person that grew up in under violent circumstances. And now I changed my meta, which is the ultimate level of friendship, and world peace, which is the level of world peace, right? And you look at today's day, when you're looking at what's happening now, how can I keep a focus with what's happening, right? Everything that's happening now, right? How can you keep a focus? But you got to stay focused. You got to try to, hey, how can we come together as people, but then also not forgetting your mission and moving forward? Because we often lose focus during crisis, right? I'm not saying don't have empathy, but I'm saying you can't lose focus during crisis because you have to start all over. So now we got to stay focused while trying to bring, people together. And that's a lot of thinking, right? That's how I've been since a kid. So I just have a totally different perspective, in terms of life, and then, in terms of how you create a life for your family and generations to come.
That's beautiful. And so let's go into some of the strategies, the tools that you had mentioned regarding generational wealth, thinking in terms of learning and risk and team and all those things. So what would you say are some strategies or some mindsets or some principles to creating generational wealth that you would say right at the top that would be valuable to all the entrepreneurs tuning in today?
Yeah, and I have about 5 minutes left. I gotta go.
Yes. And by the way, please type in the chat, everybody, artistmanagementgroup.com. Artest, ARTEST, artistmanagementgroup.com. That's where you can actually connect with him through that. And then you'll also share an email for people that want to get plugged into your financial services company. So within maybe 2 minutes, maybe go over those 5 or 4 strategies or steps, and then also what people can look forward to when they get in touch with you.
So I think the first step is, and it's not in any order, but it's be mission driven.
Be mission driven. Please type in the chat, be mission driven.
Yeah, I think being mission driven is super important. I learned that late. Somebody was like, you got to have a mission for your company. I'm like, a mission? I know what I want to do. I just want to go public, but you don't have a mission. So,
right.
Then I think also teamwork. Really relying and understanding and believing that a team is going to get you there. I also believe in not rushing.
Rushing.
Having a little patience. You can still move fast while moving slow. Right, because if you're moving slow in 2 years, 3 years, you didn't make as many mistakes, and the people that make mistakes have to actually start over. So you can actually move a little faster by just moving a little slower, And I think just the dream, continuing to focus on your North Star. What is your North Star? How do you see it? Your North Star might be, it could be materialistic today, but that might be for the generations to come. Your focus might be setting up the foundation for your generations to come. So you're not going to reap the benefits that you're going to pass on, right? Just being okay with that, being okay with you are kind of the sacrificial lamb or the guinea pig.
Right.
You set it up. You have to do the hard work and just being okay with I'm passing something on so they can create even a bigger empire.
Beautiful, beautiful. So do we have that, do we have our correct, is that the right URL, artistmanagementgroup.com?
Artest, like my last name.
Artest, okay, so it's the one that I just did here. Is that the correct one?
Yeah, that's it. That's
okay. I typed it correctly, yes. So that's it. So that's the website you go to. And so what can someone look forward to by getting involved with your company, with your firm for financial services?
Well, so we have Artest Management Group, which is our holdings company.
Yes.
We're prepping that company to go public. We have a lot of different components. And then we have Artest Making Financials, which is our financial services entity. And that entity is everything from investor relations to estate planning, to insurance strategies, to tax accounting. We have all CPAs and fiduciaries involved.
So if someone wants to, maybe reach out to you besides just going to that website, and to plug in and support you and bring some resources to the table to do business with you, can they email you or reach you somehow?
Yeah, please reach out through email, and I think info@artestmanagementgroup.com.
Okay, continue. I'm just typing that up.
Yeah, I was just saying, you can subject that we met today. But yeah, info@artestmanagementgroup.com. And we would love to, engage with anyone that want to engage with us.
Okay, perfect. I've just put that also in the chat. info@artestmanagementgroup.com. All right. You know what? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Meta, for just being you, being the light of the world. You're creating a new legacy, right? So your work is far from over. You've got so much ahead of you, and I know that you're going to help so many people with creating generational wealth. We look forward to having you on our stage. We'd like to invite you to a live stage here in Los Angeles. Thank you so much. God bless you, brother, for being with us here today. And we have Mayor Paul Leone. If you could.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Well, we have reached our 12th hour.
Yes,
our 12th hour for our celebration of Black History Month. And if you can join us, Mr. Roosevelt, it's been a marathon for Roosevelt and for Alicia. I just want to recognize you, Alicia, for really the legacy that you've brought from past, present to future in this 12-hour celebration of Black History Month. And with that, I also want to acknowledge and thank Mo Rock, our CEO, the Los Angeles Tribune, for being a stand in redefining media, in being that conduit of bringing voices and bringing the good works that are happening out in the world, and the good people that are doing great things. It's not all bad news out there. One of the inspiring talks of our CEO Mo Rock is in how we redefine media. We are choosing to be the conduit for positive, inspiring, uplifting, and educating news, and that's what we're bringing to you today. Alicia, what's your experience like in this 12-hour marathon?
Inspirational. That's truly the word that comes to mind. We've been able to learn from so many individuals, hear their stories, hear about who inspired them, hear about the impact that they're creating for today and the runway that they're creating for the future generations. I loved hearing from Zoe, Miss Black Teen USA California. She just gave me so much joy for what is to come. Her assuredness in herself as a young, Black, beautiful woman in this country, it was just truly remarkable to hear from her. Was invigorated by her and her fortitude to really make impact in her space. I mean, we've had so many phenomenal speakers throughout the day. We've brought a 12-hour broadcast to the global world today, celebrating inspirational legacies, past, present, future. And it was so phenomenal, the last two segments that we got to hear this evening with Sir Kaya Refford, his interview with Miss Kalila Ali, and then also with Meta World Peace. I know that those two interviews were from a previous broadcast that we had, the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit, but their stories were so inspirational. And even the way Kaya closed his interview with Meta and said, "You're creating a legacy." We just had to bring that story back to you all today to close out the evening. But we would love to hear from our audience members or viewers from around the world what tuning in to this event meant to them. We've been bringing comments up on the stage, but I think it's truly a testament, Ava, to the spaces that you, as the editor-in-chief of the LA Tribune, and Mo Rock as the CEO of the LA Tribune, are creating, really redefining media that uplifts, inspires, and educates, and also really uplifting entrepreneurs, really providing entrepreneurs with a space to tell their stories, a space to collaborate. There were so many collaborations that we saw happening live and off air today. It's beautiful to see, it's not easy being an entrepreneur. It's not easy being in media. It's not easy being a person of color in this country and outside in the world. There's a lot of turmoil going on all around the world right now, but something that really united us today was a spirit of peace, of harmony, of collaboration, of courage, of love, of joy, a celebration of all that we are from the inside out and the outside in through the work that we do, but how we can be uplifted by those around us. And that spirit of community rings so strong today. So it's just truly remarkable to be a part of Inspirational Legacy today, past, present, and future. And I know that the work that the entrepreneurs that came on today's stage is continuing. Roosevelt and the YB&NB community, they have BizCon happening in May 11th in San Diego at the Convention Center. We heard from James Andrews earlier and Teresa and all of the work that they're doing with Jazzy Jeff to launch their platform on the blockchain to support creatives, DJs in the Web 3.0 blockchain space. We heard from Wasu creating with sound control. We heard from D Woods talking about mental health and wellness and how to use arts and inspiration to uplift the youth. We heard from Steve Telusma, a decorated veteran, on what it means to understand holistic health with his wellness center. We heard from Rosalind Young Daniels, the CEO of Black Health Matters, around creating awareness for Black health issues, for preventative care. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. So many people, but it was just amazing to hear from Dr. Shirley Weber on her story, her experience, the work that she's doing each and every day for all of the individuals that live in California and beyond. I mean, we just brought so many people together across so many places. We had Kenyelle with her mom, Dr. Michelle Odette Green. They didn't come on together, but you can see that spirit of development runs through their veins. They are doing the work. So it's just been phenomenal, a phenomenal day. I know the work is continuing. I know that was a lot, but I'm just excited, even on the 12th
You
hour.
are.
I'm just excited.
On the 12th hour and you're buzzed, My favorite moment was at that moment where Pastor Troy Vaughn, the resident president of LA Mission, that caters and takes care of homeless in the Los Angeles area. He was talking about the programs that's going on in the Los Angeles Mission, and on the comment section, someone from Kenya is saying, I'm taking notes so we can do the same here. You know, like it really is a testament to the impact that bringing the voices in as a public service in the Los Angeles Tribune network for free, that that goes out to the world globally, in areas in third world countries where there are even a lack of many things, except for that they have the ability to access internet. They're able to like listen and hear from the wisdom and glean from the experiences that the people that have come, that we've brought here in the Los Angeles Tribune, have shared today. So I am so excited for the lives that are being changed. We weren't promoting that there is a website the whole day. We forgot, but there is a website, and it's titled Black Legacy. Help me, Alicia. What is it?
Oh, our website, blackhistorylegacy.com.
blackhistorylegacy.com. blackhistorylegacy.com, because when you subscribe, you get into the Los Angeles community and you get updates on our upcoming events. We've got a lot of upcoming events coming up. We've got Integrity Day. The whole month of March is Women's Month. We've got Leadership Week coming up also. And so, make sure that you register. We're also sending out, some of the resources and tools that the speakers have shared. So make sure you register. blackhistorylegacy.com. There you go.
Yes.
blackhistorylegacy.com. So with that, I just want to really acknowledge Roosevelt, YB&NB. So he's present with us and commenting, as a matter of fact, giving all of the claps. What Roosevelt is amazing, being that he's also a young father and a husband. In the ways that he served his community, everything from supporting in the rescue efforts and the safety efforts, during the storm, to all of that he's doing to support young entrepreneurs in his community is really, really generously astounding. So I just wanted to, like, those claps that Roosevelt just gave, I'm giving that back. So and Alicia, thank you so much for the 12th hour. And Morak, our CEO, our team, oh my gosh, like no organization is not without an amazing, committed, passionate team. A lot goes beyond the broadcast. We create graphics for our speakers. We create landing pages. We've got emails going out, text messages, and we've just got a tremendously amazing team. Follow us on social media, because they're making the reels right now, the video clips that will be coming out. Our contents come out at the LA Tribune Leadership social media pages. So make sure you follow LA Tribune Leadership, and you'll find more of the clips from today and also ways to be able to watch it. I saw a question. Yes, BizCon is back. I'm not sure about the virtual track, but there's a question on will there be a replay. The moment we end this, the replay starts in the same place. So you'll be able to access the replay right away where you're watching right now. Alicia, I want to give you the closing comments for today. What is one thing that has nurtured your heart today? Being that you're also a part of the Black community, and a recipient of the legacy, and also a forerunner of the legacy towards the future. What does this day mean for you, Alicia? Please.
Thank you so much for that, Ava. I'm hopeful. I'm grateful for the community for coming together, and I'm hopeful for everything that come next. I'm first generation American. My parents are from Haiti. Both of my parents are from Haiti. My father lives in Haiti. And growing up in America hasn't always been easy. There are so many individuals here that spoke about being the first, and I've been the first in spaces that I've been in. And, our ancestors, going all the way back, our ancestors endured so much, fought so much for the rights that we have today, pioneered spaces, stood up when no one else would stand up for them. And that is the fabric of what we stand on today. And it was just really hopeful to see everyone that joined the stage today, all of the beautiful work that they're doing, and so many opportunities to be first and pioneers in this space. We had a couple of individuals talking about what they're doing on the blockchain, or really transformational technology. And there's so many individuals across the country, across the world, that have access to technology to be able to continue to be the first and pioneers in spaces. So I'm just coming out of today hopeful. I know that so many people are doing the good work. It's like Shirley Weber said, Roosevelt said it, Chris Colley said it. It's the little big things. It's the little things, showing up, smiling, smiling, impacting someone's day, and then paying that forward and coming together at community that really makes a difference. So I'm grateful. I'm just sitting here grateful, thankful for the community that we brought together today. And there's so many more amazing communities out there that we know they're out there. We acknowledge them. We give the flowers to all of the people doing all of the work. There's a lot of evil in this world. There's a lot of hate in this world. When you can inspire, when you can bring joy to someone, when you can help someone go through something, whether it's their mental health, their physical health, their business health, their financial health, and help them build and create legacy, it matters. And so I'm excited, Ava. I'm excited for all that is to come. We're celebrating Black History Month today, but truly each and one of us has a story. Each and one of us, doesn't matter our race, our socioeconomic background, where we're from, each one of us, each and every day, we can choose to have impact. We can choose to pay it forward. It doesn't matter what we look like, where we come from, we can make a difference. And so it's inspiring today to be celebrating Black History Month, but it's a celebration that's not just 1 month, although we take the time to acknowledge, but it's every day. But that means it's for everyone. I think each and every one of us has something in us that will allow us to inspire someone, and you never know how your inspire will create a legacy down the line. And so I'm just hopeful for the message. I think it's a powerful message. It transcends borders. I'm excited to continue to catch up and hear from all of the people that joined our stage today, to see all the impact that they're doing in the future. Back to you, Ava.
Absolutely. That's what's amazing about the community that we build is the events are just the beginning of a relationship. So connect with us. We've got blackhistorylegacy.com, and also for our social media, LA Tribune leadership. Connect with us. We would love to hear from you and have you be a part of the Los Angeles community. On behalf of Mo Rock, our CEO, our whole team at the Los Angeles Tribune, thank you so much, Alicia. Thank you, Roosevelt and YB&NB, and to all our audience who have stayed with us through the 12 hours, even in and out. Thank you. You are the reason we do what we do. Have an amazing night.